podcast is intended for mature audiences. The views and opinions expressed are those of the panelists and do not reflect in any way those of the podcast partners, sponsors, or affiliates. Enjoy.
Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to the voice of the people. Let's get ready for Boxing Voice.
Every day I'm hustling, 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 hustling. Every day I'm hustling, every day I'm hustling, every day I'm hustling.
You fight with nobody.
This a dollar.
BoxingVoice.com.
You won the bet with nobody.
BoxingVoice.com.
This a dollar beat.
You never gonna get the fight, man. You're a horrible fighter. Payday,
BoxingVoice.com.
payday. You want payday. I know that. Oh, look this guy. That's the plan to
BoxingVoice.com.
go for the belt, and I'm coming, man. I'm coming, my friend. Get the fuck out of here, man. Please, get the fuck out of here, man.
BoxingVoice.com.
Because I'm gonna fuck you out right now, motherfucker.
BoxingVoice.com.
Good morning, TBV. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another glorious Monday morning. Get up out of bed and get your shit together, man. It's TBV in the morning. We're back to discuss is he a great? Is he an ATG all-time great? I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty sure people are going to call him an all-time great because he linked up with Caleb to help Caleb Plant come up with the master plan to defeat Canelo Alvarez. And we're talking about all-time great Andre, son of God, Ward. Corpus Christi, Texas. Good morning. Mario Munguia, what is up?
Good morning. Happy Labor Day to you. Happy Labor Day to everybody else. So if you don't want to jump out of bed right quick, it's okay. It's Labor Day. You're supposed to celebrate it. But you can still listen in bed too, right? You can still pop in the headphones,
Earbuds.
chill with us because we're going to talk. We're going to talk about it, right? It was the big news over the weekend after a disappointing main event in Laura Warrington. We got some news, got some photo evidence of Caleb Plant in the laboratory with Andre Ward. But you know what happens when you talk crazy? You know what happens when you talk crazy like Caleb Plant?
I don't know.
They send you to the ward, the insane asylum ward. And that's what's happening. My man's talking crazy. Now you got to go to the ward. Did that connect? Did I connect right there?
A little bit.
A little bit. I'm not going to lie. I wrote that down last night, but whatever.
Really?
I mean, like, in my head, I didn't actually write it down, but I thought it was pretty good. I actually came up with a bar, but I was like, nah, I ain't going to spit the bar.
You got bars and shit.
I got bars.
Yo, so let me go to this audio. It's audio. Okay, we gotta press that, right? And then we go. Oh shit, did I never post it? I'll be tripping. Damn, bro.
Bro, I know you were at the beach in Florida celebrating Labor Day weekend, popping up. You can see my tan, right? I look darker. Don't I look darker? No? A little bit. No? Really?
A little bit.
Damn.
A little bit. You got like
a little bit.
Some tanning going on there.
Yeah, we started you know what? I'll save it for Untitled. Never mind.
Oh, is you going to be on Untitled? Is there an Untitled? I ain't even make a post.
Oh, that's right. I didn't even think of that because of Labor Day.
I didn't even make a post.
It's whatever. It's whatever.
I mean,
I'm chilling with the fam tonight, but
Labor Day don't matter to me. I know being in this beautiful weather, I should be having a cookout, but
Team cookout.
It's too hot for all that.
Bro, Keem had like 42 kids at his party.
Bruh, he was training.
It was getting down.
He was
it was
training.
getting
He looking
down.
for the next one.
Bruh, he was having his own like version of like Showbox.
That's funny.
That was the HBO Boxing After Dark card. Is what that was.
Yo, so
But yeah.
So Caleb says Canelo got schooled by Floyd. He lost to Laura. And who else? I'm gonna play the audio right now, but I didn't know had you heard that or not. And what did you think?
Yeah, listen, I heard he said Laura, he said damn, did he say Trout? I don't remember if he said Trout or not. Yeah, I mean, look, you can talk like here's the thing. Andre Ward is a guy who I believe in his prime, even the guy that fought Kovalev beats Canelo. I think he's the better fighter.
Yo,
but can you
duplicate, man? How you turning on the raza like that, bro?
I'm not turning on nobody.
First of all, that's a fight that like you able to like go all out and pick la raza because it's like never gonna happen. So it's like hell no, Ward would have got his ass fucked up, fool. But instead, you're doing the opposite.
Yeah, he threw a fool in there. Then you might as well just throw an S in there.
I know, man.
But like it's like this though. Listen, okay, let me put it a different way for you, real quick. If there was ever a guy at 168 that I would favor over Canelo, it would be Ward. I'm not saying he wins that fight. I'm just saying I could favor him. Anybody else, I don't favor against Canelo. But you can teach whatever you want. You can't teach somebody to be Andre Ward. Just like you can't teach somebody to be Floyd Mayweather. Just like you could teach somebody the Jordan dunk. That doesn't mean they're going to be able to jump from the free throw line, champ. You get what I'm saying? So it's like, is it a good narrative? It is. But the only way it's the best narrative is if Ward teases some sort of fight. Like that was the big talk on Twitter, right? Was like, yo, and that's what, you know, a lot of my family was asking me yesterday is like, if he beats Plant, does Ward step in now? And it's like, why would he? But at the same time, that narrative helps to sell pay-per-views. That narrative helps to thicken the plot lines of a fight that, you know, otherwise has had some kind of negative press, you know, in that it not being made and some of the details of it. So, you know, I think it's still a good tactic promotion-wise.
Bringing in Ward.
Sure, absolutely, 100%. If it, listen, a bunch of casual family, you know, casual fans that are my family fully believe that this is Ward's declaration that he's sending, you know, it's like that famous not Loaded Luck Calico line, you know, like I'm the man that sends them dudes to get through dudes to get to me, you know what I mean, like boss moves. So that's what a lot of casuals are feeling like. It's like Andre Ward sending, you know, Goro before you get to Shang Tsung type of thing, you know what I mean? And people are buying into that. I personally don't believe it. I think Andre Ward's helping out Caleb Plant. And he'd probably do it if it was like any other big fight. But at the end of the day, I don't think that it actually matters in terms of, you know, the fight itself.
For sure.
It doesn't help the numbers.
Well, let's see here. Let's see here. All right, let's see how this sounds. We've attempted this in the past. We're going to attempt it again.
A lot of bigger fights. You know, he was beatable against Lara. He got schooled by Floyd. He lost the first fight to Triple G, and it was a really close fight the second time. It was a really close fight with him and Kovalev as well. So, you know, him nor anyone else, any of his fans or anybody else in boxing, you know, they're not going to be able to convince me that this guy is beatable and that, you know, that this is some David and Goliath story. You know, that's not my mentality going into this fight. Honestly, he was beatable in a lot of his bigger fights. You know, he was beatable against Lara. He got schooled by Floyd. He lost the first fight to Triple G, and it was a really close fight the second time. It was a really close fight with him and Kovalev as well. So, you know, him nor anyone else, any of his fans or anybody else in boxing, they're not going to be able to convince me that this guy is beatable and that, that this is some David and Goliath story. That's not my mentality going into this fight. Honestly, he's looking.
So, what do you think of Mr. Plant? Plant in his statement. I mean, he's saying that the guy looks beatable. And I mean, listen, you can say that. And Canelo said that, right? Didn't Canelo say that? He's like, a lot of guys think they can hit me, then they get in there and you can't hit me.
They can't hit him.
So, easier said than done, but I like Caleb's energy from the beginning, man. He made it clear in all his actions that he wasn't here to lose. Like, he's trying to win. You know what I mean? He's not just the B-side looking to retire after the fight. He thinks he can win in his mind, whether he believes it, whether he's delusional in your mind. He seems like he thinks he can win this fight. And that's very important.
Yeah, that's definitely important. You're absolutely right. And I've never once thought in this entire time, going back to when they first tried to make this fight, a year ago or over a year ago, almost a year ago, whatever. Never did I think Caleb Plant was scared of Canelo or that he would lose or he didn't think he could win. You know what I'm saying? For me to bring up the names you brought up, which, let's all be honest, are some of the best fighters that we've seen in the last decade, none of them represent the kind of fight that I foresee with Caleb Plant and Canelo. That it's not going to be a Triple G fight. It's not going to be a Lara fight. So it's tough to really say what to gain, like what he thinks he gains from that statement, other than promoting the fight and, building confidence. That's all great. But I don't see how that proves that he's got a better chance. Like, maybe it proves that Canelo is susceptible.
I think it's because he's looking at it like this. Like, if you're a boxing mind, you're looking at it like, well, damn, he got touched up by Triple G, and Caleb boxes better than Triple G. Triple G's pretty basic. Triple G's pretty basic, jab, right hand, but he's consistent. That's why it always worked. He's always got the jab on you, and then there comes the right hand. But he's pretty basic. It's no bells and whistles. Canelo isn't basic. He's got the lateral movement. He's got the double left hook. He's got all this, hoopla. But when you think of Lara, I'm not going to call him basic because he's not. But the style that Lara chose to fight in that fight wasn't conducive to get a win. It just, he's on the back foot and he didn't have enough offense. And again, the comparison comes into play. All right, well, Lara and Caleb has way more offense than a Islandri Lara. Now, the only other comparison that obviously doesn't fit is, Mayweather, because Caleb would need to show that he's on that particular level to be schooling anyone, you know. But he did pick some fights that I think he can gain confidence from. Listen, boxing is repetition and studying. And if you're going to study any film on Canelo, those are the right fights. Those are the ones that were tight and tough for him, I don't know. I don't know that we could throw any others. Maybe Jacobs is worth looking at, even though, he looked very good in the Jacobs fight. Maybe it's still worth looking at.
Yeah. Here's the thing, though. Back to real quick, going back to the Golovkin thing. That's kind of, what you just said is the epitome of my argument here with Andre Ward. It's call Golovkin basic on his approach or his strategy or what he, provides his offense as a measuring stick, whatever. Fine. But his punching power, his athleticism, his ability to sense blood in the water, all of that is what makes him extra. All of that is what makes him not basic. And those are all the things that, coupled with his approach and his abilities in ring make him a dangerous fighter, and so is Canelo going to give Caleb the same kind of respect? Is Caleb going to be able to gain that respect from Canelo? I think he can. Does he? I don't know. I thought Billy Joe would gain a little more respect than he did. So again, it's like, it's tough to sit here and talk about Golovkin and Laura and Mayweather, three of arguably the greatest talents of the last decade, and for Floyd, I mean, of our generation. And then just measure that and say, well, Caleb studies those tapes, he'll be able to duplicate. No, I don't think it works that way. I think Canelo is special to the point that, like you said earlier, it's like everybody has that plan and thinks they can hit me until they get in the ring. It was the same thing with Pacquiao. It was the same thing with Floyd. Everybody going in with Floyd, like, I'm going to throw 100 punches. I'm going to make him uncomfortable. I'm going to beat him up. I'm going to bully him. I'm going to push him around. Fine. But when we get into the ring, what you going to really do? When you're Logan Paul and you got this size and you think it works, but then you in there with the master, and that's what I think is going to happen with the Canelo fight. It's like, as much as you can prepare, as much as you can attest to these fights, are you going to be able to provide the same dramatics? We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, again, I know you're looking at it like he's trying to build up the fight. I'm looking at it like he's doing the right homework. Him saying that just means he's watching. Fucking bitch. Damn it. Just means he's watching the right tape.
He's watching effing bitches. Yeah. No, I hear you. He's watching the right tape. And
focused on the right things, I'm sure. You know what I mean? You ain't bringing up those names for no reason. You know what I mean? He's watching that tape. He's studying, film studying.
Yeah, I hear you, champ. I hear you. Here's the thing. I don't see Ward as a guy who's going to I think he gets more out of time with Ward than he does trying to study Floyd Mayweather or fight with Canelo or a Lara fight. Well, maybe Golovkin fight with Canelo. To me, that whole idea of, getting one of the greats, because don't nobody mistake it. Andre Ward's an all-time great. You cannot argue that Andre Ward's, anything other than an all-time great. He has the pedigree, amateur pedigree from a professional. He earned his chops in the Super 6 tournament, which, I think that any fan who's a real fan and that was around at boxing at that time knows what that really was at the time. It was one hell of a tournament. Looking back now at the names, I mean, it solidifies him as the best in that division at the time, bar none. And so, I don't know. I think you could learn more from Ward just being in the ring with them than you can trying to duplicate the success of these fighters. But again, what I see is that he's building in his head that this man is not invincible. This man is not a superhero. This man has weaknesses. Is Caleb the guy that's going to exploit them? I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah. I mean, outside of Floyd, you can't name another fighter as technically sound or as skilled as Caleb Plant other than Laura.
Sure.
You know what I mean? And if you go post those fights that we speak of, I won't lie, we definitely thought Jacobs was that motherfucker. We thought Canelo separated the shit out of himself in that fight, where he showed that, him and Jacobs weren't on the same level by the way he was making Jacobs miss so often. Caleb has that to worry about. I think I'm good. I think I'm skilled. But so did Jacobs. And we thought Jacobs was the shit. And then he went in there and he wasn't on that level, or Canelo's. I mean, he thinks it was tight. I don't know. Do you remember that fight? I just remember him missing so widely, it was crazy to me.
Yeah, I don't remember that fight being a fight that anybody could argue for Danny Jacobs. I do think it was relatively close in the sense that Canelo didn't beat the shit out of that man. Like he didn't, take 10 rounds or, shut him out or anything like that. It was a close enough fight that Daniel Jacobs deserves some props. For me, I focus on what did Daniel Jacobs do before that would have given us some sort of indication that he could handle himself with Canelo. He went out there and, he lost a fight that some people thought he won in Golovkin. Some people thought he beat Golovkin. He looked good that night. He starched a Peter Quillen, who at the time people thought was
Peter
that
before,
guy.
Though. Peter,
what has Caleb?
But Peter was
Caleb
before,
Plant
though.
look so good against, though? Ness? That's what I'm trying to say. Is like who?
Ustatagi. He
That's
surprised me.
That's not a Danny Jacobs.
No, it's not Danny Jacobs. It's not Danny Jacobs, but he surprised me because he wasn't the puncher. He wasn't supposed to be the puncher. Ustatagi was supposed to present some level of danger when it came to punching power. And, he just did his thing. He really did. And he deserves credit for that. And he was the mandatory challenger, so he fought the champion. Like, he's getting no respect. No, none of that means he's on Canelo's level. But again, if we're talking Jacobs, beating Quillen means you're on that level because that's the same thing that he did. And by he, I mean Caleb. Caleb beat a champion. Okay, so Daniel beat a champion. What did Caleb have up on Jacobs going into the Canelo fight? Well, he didn't know how to lose. Jacobs already had been knocked out. It's a little different. I think that Caleb is being underestimated. And again, I say, since those difficult fights, the only guy that you can compare Caleb to is Jacobs in terms of technically skill. But I like the way Plant moves more than I like the way that Jacobs moves. I like the way that Plant throws his punches and puts it. He flows better. Everybody knows it. Y'all can see it. He's like an ice skater on the ice, man. He looks
I think
good.
I think though that the discrepancy here is that for Caleb Plant to look as good as he has against the competition he's faced is one thing. Nobody's not giving Caleb his just due. If they weren't giving him his just due, then everybody would have said, move on from this fight. Why were fans so adamant about making this fight? Because Caleb is a worthy challenger. Absolutely. And he does have a chance to win this fight. No doubt. But I think that the issue coming into this is that, Caleb has proven himself in ways that the other fighters he's mentioned have, and he hasn't. He's not a Laura, and he doesn't have the resume and the attributes that Laura had coming into the Canelo fight. Laura had already, done things with Paul Williams and, Austin Trout, same thing. He had his win against Cotto. Like everybody that Canelo has had issues with or whatever, these were well-established fighters coming into this fight that have already proven something on a big stage. For Caleb Plant, I feel like that is going to come with Canelo. That's his big stage. It would have been nice to have a Charlo fight or a Benavidez fight, and to gauge how he does in those fights would be able to let me know how high level he can go. Like, how much higher level can you be when you're fighting a guy who's at that level as well? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And thus far, I don't think he's faced a guy who matches up the same way.
I mean, again, I'm just going to always compare Caleb to the Canelo opponents, man. In my opinion, Caleb has more swag and athleticism and just overall grace than a Callum Smith.
He does.
Than a Callum, than a Yeardom, than a Kovalev. The only one that can be again in that category, maybe Billy Joe, but he's so Laura and not Plant. Plant isn't tappy tap on the outside. Like he comes to you and then he retreats. You understand? Like Billy Joe is like, this is me. There goes my jab. I'm out here.
Yeah.
Come get me. I'm on my toes. I don't think that's Plant. You know, Plant is a pivoter. You know, he tries to be flashy and elusive, more of a showman. But we'll see. Look, yeah, everybody's right. He isn't or hasn't been on this level. I get it. I really do. But we got to report on everything that's going on. And what's going on is that he linked up with Ward. And, what's it going to mean? Is it going to translate to anything on fight night? And really the question is, could that make a difference, Ward being there? I mean, and this is the first time we see Ward in a camp, especially an elite level camp. And by that I mean, someone in the media that's taking on such a big fight, right? Like, obviously this is now Ward drawing a line in the sand and saying he's on the Caleb side for the networks, for the teams, for the fans. That's what it looks like, whether it is or it isn't, right? Or am I right or am I wrong here?
No, I agree. I agree 100%. I think that, look, okay, you know what? You haven't even said at point blank, does Ward help him? Just answer that simply.
My question was, could that make the difference?
That's what I'm trying to say is, like, before we get to does it make a difference, like, does it help one way or the other? I say yes, it does help. Is it going to make the difference? No, I don't think it does. If Caleb Plant can beat Canelo, he could have done it without Andre Ward's help. Does it prepare him better? Does it make him more ready? Whatever. Sure, absolutely. But is it going to be the difference maker? No, I don't think it is. I think it's more about, because I just think that Caleb Plant is either that guy or he's not. And he is that guy right now or not. I mean, it's like, you talk about age, because Caleb Plant, how old is he? Let me see. He is 29. Okay, so he's a little older than I thought he was. I just feel like he's either that guy now or he's not. I'm not saying Ward doesn't help. I'm just saying I don't think that going back, let's say Caleb Plant wins, right? We're the night of the fight. I don't think we're going to hear Caleb Plant say, oh my God, if it wasn't for that Andre Ward work, I would have lost. Oh, it helped me so much. He showed me this one combo or this one move, or he told me about these couple tendencies that Canelo has that allowed me to score the knockout or allowed me to, get ahead in the second half of the fight. Like, I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think, like I said, I think Caleb Plant has the talent to beat a Canelo. I just don't think he does. I think that fight scripts are a thing. I think that momentum is a thing. I think that how you feel on fight night is a thing. And we've seen Canelo on the biggest stages with the brightest lights. He's not going anywhere. He's not going to, falter. He's not going to, be intimidated. Can you say the same thing about Caleb Plant? And I'm not saying he does falter. I'm not saying the lights don't, are going to get too bright. I'm just saying, can you say definitively you can't, because there's no fight that suggests that.
It's hilarious.
Cough it out, champ. Cough it out, champ.
It's hilarious to me. With Plant, we need a fight. With Crawford, we see the talent.
Bruh, you talking about a dude that went undisputed. That's not the same thing at all.
I hear you. But he went undisputed, Mario, and it's still disputed whether or not he's been in with an elite fighter.
At welterweight,
it's still disputed whether or not he's been ever in a 50-50 fight. A 60-40 fight.
But how much is that based on the talent he's fought, and how much is it also based on how talented he is? You're absolutely right.
It's all based on the talent he's fought, because there's plenty of fights. Listen to me. There's plenty of fights that he could have made throughout the years that he would have been in 50-50. Floyd was in 50-50, 60-40s, man. Floyd fought Corrales, Castillo. He fought plenty of people. He fought Pacquiao. Like, he fought plenty of people where he could have been 60-40, 50-50. You know what I mean? Like, we got to hold our... Look at Plant. Plant is the underdog. Danny was the underdog. Like, You know what I mean? Danny was the underdog multiple times in the Thurman fight, in the Khan fight, in the Earl fight. Like, when are you gonna be the underdog, dog? Like, you know what I'm saying?
But how much is that again based on how good you are?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You keep trying to make it about how good you are. So you telling me he's the favorite in the Earl fight, or he's the favorite in the Pacquiao fight, or he's the favorite in the Thurman fight? You know, he's the favorite in what? All these fights, he's the favorite? I don't know.
Slightly.
And if he is, again, is he 60-40? You know what I mean? Or is it 70-30, 80-20? And that's what I'm saying. This is different. This is different, and Plant is in as an underdog, where many people haven't proven that yet. They've been given the A-side treatment. You know,
rightfully so.
Maybe. You know, I mean, look. That is such a dead argument, like, for people to still be arguing that when his own promoter saying he's losing money. I mean, all right, if you guys want to say you know more about the finances of Top Rank, you know.
Yeah, but again, I'm not talking about the finance. I'm talking about the ability to be the A-side. Like, Crawford continues to take that.
But look, if you don't want to pay an elite level fighter, how could you say he's ever fought an elite level fighter? Like, that's... Like, they had to go as far as writing it in the contract. Like, yo, get me a real fighter. Give me $1 million more. Like, bro, this, like, we're watching something unprecedented happen before us, and people still want to argue other things. If it wasn't Resume, why was his purse bid about to be live streamed? Because we never seen him in a fight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I agree.
It's totally different, bro. But
I agree.
Don't get me wrong. Andre Ward believes probably more in Terrence Crawford. But I like that Plant is with Ward, because it shows that there's no ESPN PBC divide. And Caleb, you know, he's from Tennessee and then Vegas. So the Ward thing is strange. Ward is from the Bay. The gym was in the Bay because the picture said the Bay. So I wonder how that came about. Did Ward reach out to him? Did he reach out to Ward? You know, how'd that happen? Right now, he's not doing interviews, by the way, which, go figure. But he's doing Twitter.
That's a shock.
But he's doing Twitter, though, right? Like, come on,
He's
man.
on Twitter,
Let a brother eat, man. You know what I'm saying?
No, you're right. I'll say it like this, though, okay? There was a reason why people wanted to see Pacquiao Spence, okay? And I know the situation's different, reason? Right? But look, real quick, though. Both of these men had their defining fights, and then they came together. All I'm saying, really, is that this fight is different if Caleb Plant ran through the Charlos or beat David Benavidez. If he had that marquee win, this fight is different. This fight right now is the best of the young crop, or one of the best of the young crop, coming up to take their shot at the veteran, you know, champ, at the cash cow. That's what this is. This isn't a holy shit, you know, Caleb Plant cemented. Like, you always say it. You always say, make your own lane. Make your own lane, right? I feel like Caleb Plant has fallen a bit short of that.
No, because...
in the sense that, I mean, he still got the fight.
No, because he's living, because you're not getting it. It'll never look like his fight. Even though every kid starts off wanting to fight the champion.
You're right.
When you decide you're going to be a fighter, you're telling yourself, I want to be a champ, so I'm going to beat the champ. So we're just writing off that this isn't Caleb's story. People just saying, oh, he's just next in line. This is also his dream.
Yeah.
It's also his dream to be the best in the world. But
that's fair.
But I'll say this. There's no pressure on Caleb. He's just next in line, right? Canelo's the one set to make history. Canelo, it's all about Canelo.
He has more to lose.
So for Caleb, they're just expecting him to show up. That's why this fight is so great, because when he does more than just show up, when he does more than Yerdam, and more than Kellum, and more than Billy Joe, and better than Laura, that's when everybody's gonna be like, oh shit. And I guarantee those things will happen. I'm not saying he'll win, but I'm guaranteeing you he's gonna put up a better fight than all them dudes I just named, man. All
Well, that's
them
possible.
dudes, all them dudes they got caught up in the hype. Even Billy Joe, it was sad. All the hoopla about give me a bigger ring, and you ain't even run with the bigger ring. At least run. Like,
I mean, he did have success in the fight. I mean, Billy Joe did, have success in the fight. He got broken down.
He had
but
success. His success was getting the fight in that big ass payday.
I mean, I think we got to watch that fight again then. But yeah, look, I understand, and you're absolutely right. And this is Caleb Plant's story as well. You have to acknowledge that. Again, I just think that there's, you know what, the simplest way to put this, does this feel like Canelo Golovkin? Because it doesn't to me. It doesn't feel like Canelo Golovkin. I'm not shitting on the fight.
Not.
Very
of course not.
Are Canelo Golovkin, but that's all I'm saying is it would feel like Canelo Golovkin if he had that Charlo name on his record. If he went out and beat a David Benavidez. If he went out and created his own lane, like you tell fighters to do all the time.
Listen,
then
it'll
feels
never
like
be
a Golovkin fight.
It'll never be Golovkin because Golovkin brought that power and the public thought he could beat Canelo. It don't matter who Plant beats. They'll never think that he's strong enough. You understand? He doesn't have the knockout ratio. Canelo is a very skilled fighter. So if you don't have the element of power, he's going to be the favorite, always. I don't see it being any different just because he beat Charlo. Like, I mean, Canelo is separating himself. Charlo's getting touched up by Juan Montiel, man. Like, again, so Plant beat Charlo. That doesn't mean to me, he beating Canelo. No. Like, Montiel was touching up Charlo. You know what I mean? Plant's supposed to beat Charlo. It's just the way it goes. You're the bigger man, and you're way more skilled than Juan Montiel. It's Charlo's fight to lose. He's the smaller man starting from 54. Like, I don't see why would Charlo be the favorite in a Plant fight. So I don't see how beating Charlo makes now Plant this destroyer. Maybe the Benavidez fight can do that because of the style that Benavidez brings. But again, Plant, never in my life did I envision Plant beating the Benavidez fight by knocking him out. I didn't think he was gonna knock out Ustatsegi. It's always outbox for me. It's always outbox. So with that being said, how the fuck is Canelo not gonna be the favorite or gonna be afraid? Like, to him, if you ain't got that power, he walking you down. Like, he shows you in every single fight. You need power or you getting walked down. But that's where Plant is different. He's got respectable power and he's elusive. He pivots well. You understand? He's very good on his defense when it comes to those feet. And we'll see. Look, we'll see. What are we? 2 months out. October 6th, November 6th. Almost there. Today is September 6th, and it's 9:45 a.m. on the Eastern. Don't forget to hit that thumbs up button. You're talking with the Breakfast Club of Boxing, the voice of the people. There is no equal. Nes GTO on all forms of Instagram and Twitter and all that good stuff. And don't forget, my co-host is going up against the lineal champion in our Border Wars series, Jose from Canada, flying over fully vaccinated, ready to eradicate Mario, Money May Monguilla. They calling him the biggest left hand in all the Border Wars, but we haven't been seeing him train. So I don't know.
I'm vaccinated too, champ. We all vaccinated out here.
Speaking of vaccination, do you think that, obviously I'm talking to the wrong person. You're already vaxxed. But is Tio and others in other boxers being, are they being forced to vaccinate due to, these fights and these promotions, a lot of money goes into it, and then on week 8, you test positive like Conor Ben did for the Granados fight. Now you got to do that fight all over again. Look, Conor Ben didn't even get to be the main event. He was the undercard due to popping for COVID, you know what I mean? Where he was a main event and they spent all the money on him, all the bells and whistles, that one got canceled and it got pushed back. And now he became an undercard fighter. And other fights have gotten canceled. Obviously, the one in question is Teofimo and Kambosos. They was about to fight or allegedly gonna fight. Weeks out, COVID happens for Teo. And ever since there's been an issue, and now IBF, or rather Ryan Kavanaugh of Triller, is asking the IBF to enforce mandatory vaccination so that this doesn't happen again. What's your thoughts? I know you are vaccinated, so are you yeah, fuck it, let's do it because the fight will happen? Even though Oscar De La Hoya just pulled out of his fight for catching COVID, fully vaccinated with both of the shots, and now his fight turned into a 8-round, 2-minute round fight with your man Victor taking on Evander right here in Hollywood.
That's crazy.
Right here in Hollywood. I would go, but I think that those guys are who the fuck are they?
Nah, bro, you're gonna get some numbers if you go.
I don't know. I don't even know Mr. Belford.
Mr. Belfort, Vitor Belfort, is a very heavy-handed fighter who has crazy highlight reels on YouTube. You can check them out. Very, very crazy. I don't know. I still favor Evander. I'm always going to favor the boxer over the MMA guy. I think Belfort had a better chance against De La Hoya simply by the strength and size advantage. That said, I thought he lost that. I thought he was going to lose that fight too. But yeah, I think, listen, I'm not telling you to go. It's you know how it is. I know you know how it is. You got to get up, you got to get dressed, you got to get there on time. It's a lot of work. It's a tough job. So I get that. But at the same time, if it's about numbers, I think you get them. That said, damn, I was going to make a point about Canelo and I forgot now. But that's all right. Yeah, a lot of people.
Well, it was more about Teo being vaccinated or being forced into vaccination. That's what it was.
Yeah, listen, I don't think anybody should be forced to be vaccinated. That's just pure and simple. I mean, that's a dangerous, dangerous road. It's kind of like, the way Facebook and YouTube and Twitter were policing, language and freedom of speech. I think that Trump's an idiot. I think that most of the stuff that comes out of, what's that group called? The something boys, the dudes that dress up like IT nerds, all that shit's stupid, but everybody should have the right, to freedom of expression, just like everybody should have the right to be vaccinated or not. That said, when you're in a position where, you're a fighter and you expect the crowd that's coming to follow some sort of guidelines, there's a responsibility that's put on your back that's not fair, but it comes with the territory. You know what I mean? And it's the same thing. It's no different than having to get, well, I wouldn't say it's no different, but it's in the same vein of having to get, checks, health checks and all that stuff. It's necessary protocol that you have to go through as a prize fighter. And in this case, the vaccination, at least the numbers which have come out, show us that vaccinated people are, catching COVID in a smaller percentage than non-vaccinated. As far as the Delta strain, all that, that's, something else that's a little murkier, but, the numbers are there. So I don't know. I mean, again, I don't think anybody should be forced to do it, but it has the odds of securing that you're actually going to fight.
But Teo specifically, man. Teo specifically, should he have to take a vaccination to make this Kambosos fight?
No. I don't think he should have to. Yeah. I don't. I think he should understand what the scenario is and make his decision based on that, as opposed to trying to take some political stance, which I'm not saying that's what he's doing. I'm just saying there are certain aspects to this that, go beyond boxing and all that. And again, I don't think anybody in America should be forced to do anything that they don't want. I mean, these are rights that we have. I got vaccinated. That was the right choice for me and my family, and it's worked out well so far. We go to a gym and, anywhere from 1,000 people go in there a day, and we still haven't caught shit. Knock on wood. I'm just saying that, it does lessen your chances, but at the end of the day, no one person should be made or forced to do anything specifically being vaccinated.
It's crazy that Oscar caught it. You think he pulled out? You think he faked it?
I kind of think he did, only because I never saw him really look that much different. And he's such a busy guy that it's like, I could see him not being prepared. That said, there was so much money on the line for that. There was so much at stake that it's hard for me to believe that whether he was taking this serious or not. I mean, look, he fought Pacquiao and, he was half dead that night. I mean, not really, but you know what I'm saying? Like, he had to get several IV infusions. There was even, rumors that he was like, I shouldn't even put that out there because I don't know if that's true, but there were rumors that, he was dealing with other personal issues that night. But he, out of his own mouth, he said that he's fought coked up. He said that he's fought, drunk almost, and he's partied nights before the fight. So I can't imagine that he, pulls out for any other reason than COVID, but I don't know. It was weird timing. I'll put it that way. But it's not, because if you think about it, look how many people are popping every day for COVID. We've had so many fights pushed back or completely scrapped. And then you look at, baseball and football and basketball and, all these other sports, and athletes are catching it. They catch it, and it's becoming more and more prevalent. And, this thing is still not behind us at all. Not even close.
Yep.
Let me ask you a question. If everybody being vaccinated meant that we could get back to the way things were, fights, full capacity, no masks, no restrictions on distance or anything at press conferences and weigh-ins, do you think that would be worth it?
The thing is that you're telling people you got to get vaccinated to work. That's not,
sure.
It's like.
What about for people that got to be vaccinated to enjoy the event of a fight?
Yeah, again, that's my choice. Then that's my choice. Then I don't have to go to the fight.
Sure. It would be a really dangerous thing to make that requirement, but I'll be honest with you.
They wouldn't ever dare because they wouldn't get tickets. They wouldn't ever dare because they wouldn't get tickets.
They're talking about, putting together like the way they had the passport, the vaccine passport.
I mean, it's like that in New York.
Sort of.
In New York, you got to show your vaccination card, but people sell fake ones though. They already got fake ones out here. Wow, there.
Damn, bro.
Yeah.
Yo, they're hustlers out there, bro. For real.
Yo, it's New York, man. People talking about, you can't make it in New York.
Even stories you've told me, like of friends or other dudes or you and Doomy have told me, I'm like, damn, y'all thought of everything out there. Like every hustle that I've ever known, I think originated in New York or Jersey.
Well, I'm pretty sure one of the worst hustles originated in New York. Crack cocaine. They take the cake for that.
The CIA fucked everybody on that one.
So, vaccine, to be vaccinated or not, man. I mean, for Tio, his check's attached to that vaccination. No one's talked about that. No one's talked about his biggest paycheck is stuck in escrow. Because if the fight don't happen, you don't get that money. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. And that's the tough part about it. Like, here's the thing, right? Like, nurses got to get vaccinated. Doctors, anybody on the front line, like, they're making these people.
But you know that those people understand it from a different aspect as well, right? Like they're on the front line. They're seeing it day to day. So they're more inclined, right? You know, others are not.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Like, look, that's the part about this whole thing that's just, I feel like, oh man, like I love YouTube. Social media has become an important aspect of life and the way that everything works. But man, the misinformation that just gets put out, you know, it's just ridiculous. And I'm not saying that, you know, if you don't want a vaccine that you're misinformed. All I'm saying is that the reasons to be vaccinated or not have become blurred lines. You know, I chose it based on the science that I saw from the top doctors and top medical professionals in the country. You know, Fauci's one of them, but you know, there's others. That said,
I never heard of Fauci a day in my life till this.
Listen,
but listen, you can name a dozen more, and I would have never heard of those doctors either. You understand?
But that's the thing is, you heard of Joe Rogan, you heard of some of these other dudes, and they were preaching, "Yo, wait a minute with this vaccine."
No,
you know, they weren't preaching, "Don't get it." They were just preaching.
Did you see the? Because I was gonna bring that up earlier when we was talking vaccines. Did you see the meme floating around about Oscar and Rogan and how Oscar got vaccinated and he got COVID? They got him all in the hospital bed looking sick. And then Rogan's like, oh, Joe Rogan gets it and beats it in 2 days off of berries and wheat or some shit like that. And I thought of Doomy because, you know, he's got a few days bodied by that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So where's he was always juicing and shit. Why he ain't listen to Rogan and get some of the 2-day vaccination, or 2-day healing, you know, medicine. But yeah, Rogan caught it and didn't get vaccinated, brother, man. And beat it somehow in 2 days if the internet ain't lying, because you know the internet's undefeated on lies.
Well, and he took like this medication, or he took this medicine that's like for animals, or I really didn't read much on the medication. It was just mainstream media shit on him for taking it, but promoting it, I guess. You know, the thing is like, he can take whatever the fuck he wants. And here's the other part. Like I say, like Trump talks nothing but bullshit. He doesn't give a shit about America. Like, you know, I'm not talking about Republicans. I'm talking specifically about Trump. But the thing is this. Trump was talking about that, what was that called? Chat, help me out. It was some thing that you could take and it was supposed to help with the symptoms, and everybody, mainstream media, Fauci, everybody shit on it. They're like, don't take it. It's dangerous, blah, blah, blah. And guess what happens? Months after Trump's out of office, months after everything, you know, we've gotten a vaccine. We're so much further. Now studies suggest that, oh, you know what? That shit did help a little bit. You know, Trump wasn't this crazy. Well, he is crazy, but you know, that treatment wasn't as crazy as everybody said it was. You know what I'm saying? So it's like mainstream media fucks things up, and there's so much misinformation on every single channel and social media that it's just really hard to differentiate from the truth and the bullshit and people trying to spread their own propaganda. Hydrochloroquine. Thank you, Brandon. And cannabis.
It's so funny that you say,
is that cannabis?
It's so funny that you say it's hard to weed through the bullshit, you know what I'm saying, when it comes to this, because Supermax was at a wedding. Everybody's seen it. But he had COVID like 3 days ago. So, you know, and it's his second time with COVID. So, you know, did he have COVID? Or was he not ready for that border wars fight? Because, I mean, Doomy is out. Doomy, no bueno. He cannot do it. You know, so I don't know how Supermax got it twice and he already chilling. Santi, do I smell? I don't know.
But he already had it though, too.
So what that means? You beat it faster the second time?
Well, his antibodies might fight it in a different way that, like I know somebody who caught COVID early on didn't suffer a single symptom. I mean, they said they felt tired, but that was it. They didn't even know if that was work or not. Then they got it a second time and they were out for 2 weeks. I mean, they thought they were on their deathbed. It was crazy.
Need my duck hunt gun right now. A lot of geese in the air.
Yo, you crazy, dog. Yeah, you can talk that shit because you work from home. You got a smaller chance of catching that shit.
Bruh, I'm in more airports than 99% of y'all.
Oh, that's true. We've been...
Bruh, I traveled from March to right now. I've traveled more than the average caller. We'll keep it just for our community. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And,
I agree.
And so did Kels. You know,
and so did Doomy.
Listen, so did Doomy. He got it though. Fucking weakling. You weakling.
Nah, you tripping.
He's weak. But that's what happens when you get all heavy and shit like that. He stopped working out. He could afford it. Now I'm fucking around. I'm fucking around. I'm so scared now that Doomy got it. Like I'm scared now. Honestly, like that's close to home because nobody in my family got it. You know what I'm saying? And fuck, man, he got it. I'm like, oh, what happened?
And like, thing about Doomy, and he said this on air, so I'm not like sharing anything personal, but he was a guy who, he's not a guy who believes anything you tell him. Like, he's gonna do the research, and he was skeptical about the entire aspect of COVID. Not that it wasn't real, but how serious it was. How it affected you, who was really being affected by it. And he catches it, and there's a couple of callers out there that we know that didn't think that it was as prevalent as it was being advertised, and they caught it and they're like, yo, that shit is no joke. Protect yourself, because it is one of the worst things they've ever been through. So you know what I'm saying? Like, it's tough, man. It's tough. I can't say.
Let me sanitize the hands real quick.
Yo, you sanitizing right now?
Yo, I'm in my bubble.
Listen, let me tell you, I saw this story about some dude in
Sweden. Yo, but listen, Brandon had it, the producer, and my man went to the gym every day and was doing bench press, like
while he had
it, infecting the whole
spreading
gym.
That shit like a
infecting the whole gym.
Just spread that shit like nothing.
Hell
Damn.
yeah, he did. Hell yeah. And that's what I'm saying. People ain't even know he had symptoms. He was out there just leaving all the sweat on all the bars, like COVID.
And all that COVID everywhere.
COVID sweat everywhere.
That's crazy, bro.
Where's Supermax at? After I put him out, after I let the cat out the bag, my man disappeared. I know you listening in the truck somewhere, hiding. We want your rebuttal.
He said sanitize your nostrils with cocoa.
Mr. COVID.
Yeah, because that's how, and that's how the vaccine
Santi,
works.
He seen Santi looking too sharp, caught COVID all of a sudden.
Right, tripping.
Yo,
that's what they say too.
Santi
it's like you can still pass the virus on. Like if you're vaccinated, it prevents it from, getting through the nasal cavity or the esophagus. I can't remember. But anyway, that's what it does. It doesn't, but you could still have the actual germ or virus or whatever in your nostrils, mouth, whatever, and pass it on. You know what I'm saying? So even being vaccinated doesn't mean you shouldn't wear your mask or you shouldn't, be sanitizing and protecting yourself.
Don't be side texting me, chump. Call in. Fuck out of here. You got COVID or not? You got COVID or not, nigga? Where you at, man? Ducking his work, man.
His whole family got it. You tripping?
Who? Bruh, he just had it. His family had a newborn. Ain't nobody got COVID over there, man. Fool me.
Bruh,
Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, it ain't ever happening, bruh.
Listen, my man lives in Texas, and you live in Florida.
He live in Plainview. It snows. It snows in Plainview.
Bro, it's
totally different from where you at. If you have not
realized by now that this shit could get you no matter where you are, you're tripping. You're tripping. Like, I'm telling you right now, like, Texas is the worst. Florida is the worst. We're in the worst states for that shit. We don't give a fuck.
He tight. He said, fuck you if you don't believe me. Bruh, you was looking too dapper at the wedding, man. Don't nobody got COVID looking that sharp. Look at Oscar how he looking, man. Bruh, you Rogan? Bro. He Joe Rogan now. You Joe Rogan. Get out of here. Yo, and he know I needed him too to commentate. Like, you don't want to fight, that's all right, bro. But you know, we had a deal. You want to duck out that Santi rematch. I get it though. You know what I'm saying? Back-to-back losses is tough to come back from, bro. You know, everybody talk about that. We question whether or not AJ could do it. Imagine, can Supermax? I don't know.
I mean, Joe Rogan is like literally the example of fit person in their 50s or 40s. I don't know how old he is.
Yeah, he's old.
I mean, that dude does Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. He does MMA, kickboxing. He lifts weights. You know, he does other circuit type training.
And that's why he beat it in 2 days.
He eats healthy. Yeah, exactly.
That's why he beat it in 2 days.
You know, live like that though.
I mean, not a lot, man. Shit.
Real.
Fucking back, you know, pre March 12th, I was living like that, man. I'm so far removed from how I was living when I first came down to Florida. It's sad. I was working out every day, man. Fuck.
Well, I can tell you again, from like the Teofimo perspective, nobody should be forced to get the vaccine, but there are studies that suggest that once we hit a certain threshold, I don't remember what it was, I think it was like 64, 65%, something like that, that COVID would essentially disappear. I mean, they said that if 90% of people wore their masks, COVID would have gone away within months, you know, but that's not the way it worked, you know? And I guess nobody can know that for sure, but.
Yo, Marcel said he beat it in 24 hours. Y'all out here lying, man. Lying.
Marcel said he wants to fight COVID at Border Wars.
Yo, it's 24 hours. Damn, I don't want it, man. I don't want it. I don't want to know how it feels. I ain't trying to fight it. I ain't trying to beat it. I'm just saying, stop lying on it, though.
You ever had the flu like really bad?
Bro, I don't even remember the chicken pox. Yo, whatever happened to that? Why nobody get the chicken pox no more? You see what I'm saying about these man-made things? This is what I'm saying.
That wasn't a man-made thing.
Yo, so when the last time you seen a child with chicken pox?
There was actually a chicken pox outbreak in my niece's school.
Yo, this guy's
last
family
year,
is so big.
Bruh, I got fucking 24 cousins on one side.
Mario always got something happening in his family.
21 cousins on the other side.
Actually, my great-great-aunt's cousin's nieces just sold a house in Mount Vernon. I'm like, damn, Mario, really? Fucking everywhere.
Bro, I'm telling you, somebody got chicken pox. They thought my niece had it. She went to go get tested. She didn't, but people still catch chicken. I mean, I agree. It's not like I remember it was a kid. You know, there was a time where I had it, and my brother had it right after me.
Cruz Perez says, saludos, raza, from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. That would be so insane if we made you as a fan when we was just there. That would be dope. And if we didn't, it's still dope. It's still dope. It's still dope. Let me get the Supermax's super chat. Probably a super lie about super fake COVID he had. Let me stop. Yo! He says, in my perfect world, this situation plants the seeds for Canelo Ward in late 2022. Pun intended. After Ward gets tune-up fight. I mean, we ain't gonna need all that no more, man. Once Canelo gets that win, we're gonna have a rematch, bruvs.
But what if he...
It's been a long time, man. Canelo know how to lose. He had a draw early on in his career. Then he got the loss. You know what I'm saying? Then some thought he lost the Laurel fight. You know what I mean? So it's been a while, man. Don't sleep on the plant, man. Plant-based always been doing right for Timothy Bradley. You know what I mean? Nah, look, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, he's a natural 68-pounder too, man. You know, that has to be remembered. Canelo started at 140. Yeah, he went up to 75, but again, you know, there are haters that believe that was strategic, that he picked the right 75-pounder. Caleb is in his prime, and he ain't just about to do one camp for the biggest fight of his life with Larry Wade. He been with Larry Wade. His stamina is not a problem. You understand? I'm just excited. I think this is a fight that people are totally underestimating, and obviously I'm more invested than the normal person because I know Caleb personally. So maybe I'm over analyzing, and that could be true too. But I do love the sport, so that's just my passion.
What do you think's better for the sport, Plant to win or Canelo to win?
Oh my God. You know what I'm going to say. It's always the Rocky story. What was better to happen? Fucking AJ winning or Andy? Andy winning was better. Look at what happened. Boxing shot up 150%.
The thing is, though,
upsets shake the land like an earthquake that starts in California, but it's everywhere. The upsets are heard around the world, man. Everybody's mainstream media talks about upsets. That shit is on The View, on First Take. It's on fucking Wendy Williams. Every upsets become a joke too. So you get more exposure because these out of niche talk shows and stuff, they bring it up. You end up the butt of every joke, man. Like, come on. Yeah. Remember when Tyson got that ass kicked by Buster Douglas? No one thought that shit. It was clown town for him. Imagine social media existed back then. He probably would have never fought again.
Yeah.
People don't know.
Yeah.
Shit.
My thing is this. Like,
and he showed, look, you read his books, you watch his stand-up, he showed he's mentally he's not the strongest. As tough as we know Tyson was, mentally he wasn't as strong. Imagine social media, people getting them at him for them rape charges, then they getting at him for losing, they getting at him for taking coke. Lord, he would have turned the shit off. Remember, Brazil deleted his shit. Not everybody can take it. I don't want anybody thinking I'm like making it up and trying to sound like it's worse than what it is. No, Brazil deleted his shit. That shit was like, zoop, I'm gone.
Well, yeah, because, the people that mostly come at you are the dudes that don't know shit in the first place.
Bruh,
that's first of all.
It hurts, though. That's all that matters.
No, I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm saying it does. But, the point is like, if the majority of the people that don't know shit are the ones coming at you, well, then they're the ones that are saying the shit that's, the stupidest. And yeah, it absolutely is. It can affect your mental for sure. I think that looking at the landscape of what boxing is today, it's so much different than what it was. And it's because of social media. Some of these fighters embrace it. Some of these fighters use it really well. But, they're all one bad PR story away. Look at Charlo, him getting arrested the other night or whatever happened. I don't know if he actually got arrested or what happened. But, the whole, tip at the bar with the waitress and all that stuff, like people were clowning, hating on this man without knowing what the fuck happened for real, without knowing exactly what the all that stuff. And they took it upon themselves to, oh, look at this broke motherfucker, can't pay his bill. It's like, man, shut up. You don't know.
Misery loves company, man. Misery loves company. People,
you're right.
People hate to congratulate, but so quickly tear you down, bro.
You're right.
Crazy.
You're right. Yo, and speaking of that, what do you think about what they've been saying on social media that with Andre Ward and Bradley being so vocal about Oscar Valdez that they should walk out or stage a walkout on Top Rank?
Oh my God. Like this is coming from some fucking blue collar dude making $32,000 a year, arguing with his wife about money every fucking week, telling another man to walk away from what? $500,000 job? $250,000 annual salary? Shut the fuck up, man.
To punish who exactly?
No,
because
to punish
the people
their wallet.
To punish their wallet.
To punish their wallet, and that dude making $32K, he ain't gonna buy no pay-per-view. He's still streaming. He ain't gonna pay Ward or Bradley nothing. He's still illegally streaming. Get the fuck out of here.
That idea's caught so much attention and notion, and they're like trying to hashtag it now, and it's like
I ask you all the time to stay off Twitter, but if you wasn't on Twitter, I wouldn't know all this dumb shit that's going on.
I have to, man. You don't know how close I get to deleting, but honestly, the wrestling fans are the best fans on Twitter. Oh, well, no, I shouldn't say that. There are a bunch of idiots there too, but at least they get excited for the sport. At least, or for the sports entertainment.
We got
So at least
Jaguar
they get excited.
Paul. Jaguar Paul says, "How cute! Look at these two light-skinned girls with two girls holding hands emoji, bonding over how to beat Canelo. Maybe they share the same cycle blood, whatever that means. And he's not talking about you and I. He's talking about Ward and Caleb Plant being light-skinned. For a minute, I thought he was talking about us, but I guess my Floridian tan got me in the darker skin section.
I don't know if you noticed, I'm a little darker these days.
Yeah,
whatever.
I know. Listen, he chose, it ain't us. It's those other light-skinned dudes, Plant and Ward. Yo, what's up with that? I mean, anyway, whatever. We're going to move on from that. But anyway, yeah, I just don't get that whole, maybe they share the same, cycle period. Period is that blood mark is, okay, I get you now. You're such a weirdo. You dudes are try to be way too creative with these super chats, okay? First of all, you saying that a dude that's a champ and another dude that was like, how many? What did Ward do? Was he undisputed? What was he? Like, he beat the man. I know that.
Ward
was just the man. Ward was just the man.
He was the man. Lineal champ.
He trying to say that that he's on a menstrual cycle. Come on, bro. Why? See, this
That's
is what I'm saying.
up.
This is what I'm saying. We break down rather than build up.
Yo, did you read?
Actually,
LV
the producer said bring him on with producer privileges. What up? I'm assuming that don't mean intro too,
man.
right? Oh, nah. All right. He just
No. He just,
my bad.
he
I
just
should have known
just,
that. I be forgetting. And
yeah,
shit.
I thought, yeah, I just wanted to clear up. When I had COVID would beat my ass. So I wasn't in no gym, bro.
But that ain't what
I
you
was not
told
in
me,
the gym for 5 weeks.
But that ain't what you
No,
told me.
I did tell you that. You misheard, yeah. Because I said when I came back to the gym, when I finally came back to the gym and I tried to do incline walking, I could only do that shit for 6 minutes. And I normally do it for 45 minutes every day. And on 15 incline at 2.7, 2.8, 2.9, you know, and I did it for 6 minutes and I damn near died. So and it felt like I had a sumo wrestler on my chest. So COVID is real. Anybody out there saying that it ain't real is a jackass. Unless you don't want it, I'm gonna tell you right now.
Bro, I
if you don't like the heat,
want it.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just letting you know, like, for sure, like, it ain't nothing to dismiss. Like, that shit is not fun. Doom finding out right now. I checked on him yesterday. He said call him Compomatic. You know what I'm saying? So
hell yeah, he's
it ain't
all day. You was coughing
like
that?
It's no fun. I was not coughing like that. I had my sense of taste and smell and all that, but I just felt weak as fuck. And like I said, I felt like I had a sumo wrestler. I felt like I had Yokozuna standing on my chest, man. I was struggling to breathe. I tried to walk up the stairs. And it was just like, well, bro, like, how is this even possible? That's how I knew something was wrong before I even knew I had it. Before I tested positive, I tried to walk up the stairs, and when I got to the top of the stairs, I felt like I just got through doing sprints. I'm like, man, what the fuck?
Oh,
that's the first time.
Did you get nervous? Did you get nervous?
Yeah, I got nervous. I was like, oh my God, because I go to the gym every day. I'm in the gym every single day. And for me to walk up some stairs when I do incline walking every day, I'm like, why am I so tired? It took 2 times actually for that to happen. I'm like, oh hell no, something ain't right. And then the second night when I laid down, I woke up in the middle of the night sweating. I'm like, oh no, bro. And I know something ain't right. And I was supposed to take my mom to the hospital or to the doctor the next day, and I said, I can't do that. I called her and said, I don't feel right. I'm going to go take a test. And I took a test, and for sure I was positive. And it took me 5 weeks to test negative, bro. I'm telling you, it ain't no joke. While I'm on, and Mario McGee is on, yeah, it took 5 weeks to test negative. I don't know how these dudes are able to test positive or test negative in a couple of days. Because it took me 5 weeks, man.
A lot of baseball players have been coming back from like a 4-day window to a 2-week window. So
yeah, I see Kyle Tucker. I'm like, I don't know how they do it. I don't know how. Maybe it's different for everybody. I don't know if it has something to do with your blood type or what. But for me, it took me 5 weeks, bro. And I'm never sick. I ain't never been sick for nothing. I ain't never been to the hospital or nothing. And that shit tripped me out. But while I'm on, Ness, and Mario McGee is on, let The Rock say this. Mario McGee, you come up to the best podcast in the world and you run your mouth. And you run your mouth. Like it's some kind of big shot when The Rock says this. You have 5 days to get with Supermax and King Amin to complete the first episode of The Wrestling Voice. And if you don't, in Watertown, Wisconsin, The Rock will take you into the SmackDown Hotel before you ever touch the ring to fight Canadian Jose. So The Rock says this: you have 5 days. And The Rock means 5 days to get it completed. Or else I'm going to lay the SmackDown on your Rudy Poo candy ass. If you smell what The Rock / producer is cooking.
Yo, not for nothing, he did that's like a really good impression. I'm not gonna lie, like he has the mannerisms, the tone. That's actually good. Yo, Cruz Perez with another super chat says, "I'm coming to the next fight, Ness. I sparred with Victoria Gonzalez when I fought pro." That's from Cruz Perez from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
Nice. I'm hoping I'm coming to the next fight in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, man. We got Brandon.
Yo, he's not lying. We need to definitely get that.
Amin said he's on the line too. Amin, what up?
Hey yo, right now Amin ain't here. This is Dickie Hobbs.
Dickie Hobbs.
This is Dickie Hobbs. Dickie Hobbs from Absecon, New Jersey. I've been a professional wrestler for 2 months. And what I learned in this game is that it's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. But you know who needs to be crying tears? You know who needs to be fucking sweating? And you know who needs to be bleeding? Mario Munguia. You see? Mario Munguia, you know, I had a lot of issues with him in battle bars. And, you know, we butt heads intellectually. But in the squared circle, I don't have no competition. Dickie Hobbs is the ultimate fucking champion. And Mario Munguia will meet his demise. He will meet it. He will meet it like he will meet the devil in the dark.
Is that it? Did he stop?
Damn, no, he didn't drop. Did he drop? Because that was getting good.
I know, right? It feels like that was an anticlimactic ending.
I know. I felt like he had
drop.
like the perfect.
He did drop. But you're gonna meet him in the dark, bro. You're gonna meet him in the dark. Yo,
it's gonna have to happen. Yo, you know why everybody's mad? Because last night was the greatest night in wrestling history in the last like 30 years. So they all mad because they want to talk about Bryan Danielson, CM Punk, everybody that made their return or their debuts last night. It was crazy, man. It was whoa. It's still going crazy.
We got Brandon, the producer, with a super chat that says, for Plant to be in the position he's in with 21 fights is amazing. Ennis has 26. It's called a prospect. People act like 68 is some stacked division. It's not. We got Stainless.
Yo, did you read LV Slugger's
Not
super
yet.
chat? He said he got one.
He's next.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see it. That's why I was asking. Never saw it.
Oh my God, he crazy. Why? Yo, we going down untitled realm here. He said, LV Slugger with the super chat.
Okay.
Have y'all seen a vaccinated person have a baby yet?
What?
Yeah, man. Maybe he's insinuating it kills your sperm or your ovaries.
That I don't.
Or he's asking, does it even work after you get vaccinated?
I mean, I would ask where the data for that is.
I mean, he's just asking
how you know
question.
Who's not able to have a baby? Like, I mean, I guess it. I don't know. I'm trying to think of anybody that I know that's vaccinated that's had a kid, and I can't really think. But like most people I know that had kids have been like the last few years. So
yeah, you know, it's. I mean, look, we'll see. We got
R. Jonesy. You want me to read that one real quick? Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Stainless. Are you available? Are you available? Are you
Red belt, black belt, WON green. I'm king. Undisputed GOAT, TBE. And you can catch the news first on TBV. Voice of the people now let me speak. Scientists of the sweet, BOXING.
Man, I love hearing that song. I ain't gonna lie. TBV was good with you.
What up?
Yo, man, happy Labor Day. Happy Monday. I'm actually off today. I got a holiday off. I can't believe that. So I'm celebrating by listening to TBV. We talking Plant training with Ward, right?
Yep.
That's a good look, man. I mean, I'm a Ward fan. He, as a boxing fan, I must say I feel like he retired too early, but that's that man's life. So you know what I'm saying. All I can do is respect that. But a lot of people have been saying for a while that they know that they believe that Ward has the key to the new Canelo lock, like Floyd ain't already picked the lock. So it's a good look for him to go, train with Ward. I think they kind of similar in style. You know what I'm saying? So that's a good look. You know what I'm saying? Not to mention, because Caleb's had injuries before, and it's not a knock on Andre Ward, but Andre Ward was one of the best one-handed or one-arm fighters. You know what I'm saying? So it's a good way to teach him, you know what I'm saying, how to fight with one hand if you need to. It sounds like he's just preparing himself for any likelihood. So I'm getting excited and expecting a good fight, fellas. That's all I can say on it.
Champ, thanks for calling in. Supermax.
BoxingWords.com.
Oloki, you are next, my friend. Por eso lo vuelvo a repetir. La era del Canelo es la mejor porque peleó con los mejores. La suerte es para los mediocres, my friend.
BoxingWords.com.
Hello? Yo, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Let me just clear up some misinformation out there. Mainly, and I'm not even worried about team.
Sound like you
Hold on. Let me pull over.
Oh, pulling the big rig over.
Yo, he pulling over on your ass.
No. I'm on the forklift right now.
Oh, no wonder
No,
it's so noisy.
Yeah, it's the wind. I mainly want to clear up. I could give a shit if you believe me or not. Most of the people who don't believe me ain't even been in the ring. That's neither here nor there. But now my brother and his girl did have it, and that's be quick to forget that was all in the Border Wars chat. She did deliver the baby with COVID, and unfortunately they are not able to be directly with my nephew right now. So they just want to clear that up.
But you said you had COVID, right?
Yeah, bro, we talked almost 2 weeks ago. I've already been out of quarantine. And you heard how I was breathing, bro. When I talked to you, I was gasping for air. You know, my breathing still kind of ain't all that great. But, and then, I mean, not that I didn't want to be in Wisconsin, bro, but I can't afford to miss, I already missed 2 weeks of pay, brother. I got to, still money don't make money.
You right about
that's all I really wanted to clear up was more on my brother's behalf and just keep them in your prayers. They're recovering. Hopefully they'll be out of quarantine by the end of this week.
Well, Dan, you answered the super chat then.
What's that?
Oh, no, Dan, that's the exact opposite.
No, she wasn't vaccinated.
Yeah, that's the opposite.
Has the vaccine been around long enough for someone to even get pregnant?
I don't know.
That's a good point.
I mean,
you're absolutely right.
It's only been like 4 months, right?
Maybe a little longer than that, but yeah, it's been about 4 months. Yeah, 4 months.
So
like that.
Maybe give us a little bit longer for some studies.
Start knocking boots out.
No, man. But that's all I really wanted to clear up. The Wrestling Voice will be coming soon. I know Amin and Mario, they're probably more available than my Saturdays just for the week or two, but it's coming soon, guys. We got the Twitter up. We got the IG up. I think Ness was working on the Patreon Cash App. It's going to be big. It's going to be huge. We already got some guests lined up for the future. So, yeah. But that's my call.
King, Florida. You available?
Wait a minute. You say you know boxing?
Yeah. What is it? Maybe I don't know.
Tell me what a full counter is.
Full counter? I've never heard that term before. That must be your term. You must have invented it.
Fair shake. HBO needs to fire you. You don't know shit about boxing. You ain't shit.
Yo.
What up? Good morning, y'all. Good morning.
What up?
So y'all tuned in on the holiday, man. They're supposed to have the grill going back there and the sun, dogs, man.
Nah.
Labor Day,
What you doing today?
Shit, I ain't doing nothing, tell you the truth. Oh, Ness, man, listen, man. I got keys to the boxing gym now, champ. So Whenever we, you know what I mean. Whenever you feel like taking a trip down here with Jordan,
Sheesh.
I got
Yeah.
keys, fam.
Tell Jordan young ass
How
come
far?
pick me up, man. Tell Jordan young ass come pick me up.
How far are you from Ness?
Bruh, 3 hours and
Like
some
3 hours.
Oh,
change.
Yeah,
that's
price,
not
yeah, it's
bad.
changed on there too. Yeah.
Cause we be meeting halfway, so I
Yeah, I be meeting you in Orlando and shit.
yeah,
And that's
man.
still like 2 and some change from you, right? Like 2.5 to get to
For
Mike
real,
them
bruh.
gym.
Hell
Yeah,
yeah, it's 2.5 to get that Orange Ave gym.
yeah, already. And that shit ain't even there no more. Now it's called Downtown Orlando Boxing Club or something. But
Word?
yeah, man, I got keys to the gym now, champ. So you know, gonna be getting a lot more work going forward, man. Whenever I need to get it. So I might hit the gym today for a little bit.
Yeah, you
Probably just
better
hit the
hit the
back,
gym, man.
whatnot.
You got this new dude now. Now you fighting
Yeah, I got this new opponent, man.
now
Got
you
this
got
new
a new
opponent.
opponent just like Pacquiao. What is it? It's 2 weeks. No, yup, 12
Yeah,
days
2 weeks
notice.
out, man.
Ooh, man, yo,
It
I
looks
don't know.
better than Chris too. It look like I took a tougher opponent, man. From what I seen, said dude got some kickboxing experience and shit.
Yeah, well, I
Man,
mean,
so
you got to show that you made of the same caliber as Mission Impossible, who took a late place replacement from over there. You know, he gonna come with the crowd. It's crazy.
yeah. But you know, I've been working too hard, man. Working way too hard. I'm in some of the best shape of my life, dog. So he gonna have some problems on his hands. Trust me, bro. As hard as I've been working, but shout out to Caleb Plant, like he working too. That's the topic of the show, right? Him working with Andre Ward.
Yeah.
Loving it. I mean, why not go soak up whatever you can soak up from Ward? You know what I mean? I think that most people agree a really good jab and feet will beat Canelo, and who's got a better jab than Andre Ward? You know what I'm saying? Like, let's keep it real. So I think whatever he can get from Ward, whatever game you can soak up, get it, man. It's beautiful. Why not? You know. So shout out to Plant, man. I'm rocking with him for the upset on that Canelo fight, and yeah, that's all I got, man.
Yeah. Yo, a lot of
Shout out to
people rocking with
King.
that. A lot of people rocking with that. Oh shit, I mean in the building. A lot of people rocking with that upset, man. I wonder if it's just like they tired of seeing Canelo reign, or they really see something in Plant. That's crazy.
Hey, man, I don't know, but I do like hooking up. Shout out to everybody in the community, TBV. This is your boy, King Amin of Essex. I love Canelo and, damn. I do love Canelo, but I love Caleb Plant and Andre Ward working together. You know, there was a lot of talk, Andre Ward coming out of retirement and this and that. Again, Ward is not going to be in the ring with him, but you can't help but soak up game from somebody with more experience and more knowledge, Hall of Famer. So it just adds up. Now, I don't know if that does anything. Well, you know what? I guess it reminds me of people thought Ward was going to get hurt when he fought Kovalev, right? They said, oh, Andre Ward's a good boxer, but Kovalev's going to hurt him. So I was about to say, I don't know what that does for Canelo's power versus Plant's ability, but if anybody can show you that boxing can overcome power, it is Andre Ward. So that's a fucking great matchup.
Yeah, listen, man. And Ward took that underdog fight. People thought he was going to lose the Kovalev fight. They thought he lost the first one, let's be real. You know, people definitely thought he lost that first fight. You know, his facial expression didn't help the situation at all. But they had the rematch, and he totally outclassed Ward in the second, in my opinion.
Yeah, but you know, I think that history is, it's good to know where history comes from, man, because I think when people saw the picture immediately, that comparison you just made, the underdog taking the fight against, you know, the stronger guy in a lot of people's minds, man. Yeah, this is a lot of you know, history repeating itself, but will it be so to the point where the boxer upsets the more powerful puncher, man? And yo, you know what else too? People got to stop forgetting this thing about Canelo. Canelo's great. I said I love Canelo. I'm not taking that back. Don't always love what he do, but Canelo really has a very traditional Mexican style of boxing, and what I mean by that is he's gonna go 2 for 1. So you know the difference with Billy Joe, 2 for 1 as far as punches. He'll take 2 or he'll eat the jab in order to get close enough to deliver the body shots. We saw that against Lauder. He ate a lot of shots. And even though they weren't necessarily hurting him, he just got outboxed by Lauder until he was, from what I saw, was able to slow Lauder down with some of the body shots. So he'll give to take.
Yeah.
And that's Mexican style. I think people forget, he has to take what Caleb Plant has to offer. This is not just Canelo walking down. I'm just being real. This ain't just Canelo walking down a skinny white boy and beating him up. This is not that. I think Plant does have a lot more wrinkles in his game that will allow him to, keep away. And, he might be able to, give his 2 and take nothing from Canelo. And that would change the complexion of the fight. So if Canelo's not able, because even we saw with Billy Joe, what set up those that eye shot was he was throwing the uppercuts and he was going to the body, and it didn't look like he was doing much. And then Billy Joe thought, like, all right, this shit ain't as bad as I thought, because I can hit him. But when you hit him, you got to see what's coming back. I think Plant is just a little bit better than Billy Joe in that regard. He's gonna have his hands on the phone. It's just gonna be a different fight. Again, I'm not. It's too early for me to call it, but it's gonna be an excellent fight.
Yeah, I can't wait, man. I can't wait, and I do love the Ward. Bringing in Ward, but we got a super chat from. We did talk about Cruz's super chat. Just got a screenshot that, but we got R. Jonesy that says Keller brings in a Hall of Fame boxer to help him with the big upcoming fight, and now they girls for that? At least these trolls paying now, Ness. Laugh out loud. Shout out to TBV. Yeah, that was a comment in response to another comment. Someone super chatted something about that. We're going to JB Cinema. What up?
What up, bro?
What's good?
Hey, just real quick, because I'm actually working, but you're probably gonna hate me for this, but I think this how I'm seeing it, right? I think one or two things from Ward. One, he really wants Canelo to lose, right? For I don't know, people talk about it, saying that they compare him to Canelo just because how Canelo won over Kovalev on the first fight. It took 2 times for Ward to win. But that could be one case in the way I'm thinking about it. Or the other is that he doesn't have a whole lot of confidence in Caleb to beat Canelo, so he's like, hey, you know what? I'm going to jump over there. I'm going to give him as much advice as I can, so hopefully it helps, because I really don't think he could do it on his own. But, yeah, man, that's my call, and it's just my opinion. All right, brother? Have a good day, man. Good show, and be blessed.
All right. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, if I don't why would Ward go all the way over there to just work with him if he didn't think he could beat him? It's just like, if I don't think you can beat, like, whatever,
Yeah, Ward ain't gonna waste his time. Ward don't have nothing to do with boxing that he don't want to do outside of commentary. So you don't see him with nobody. You don't even see him around Bud and them no more like you used to. So if Ward is truly not interested in doing some shit, he won't do it. So, and I think he sees the parallels that we've all been pointing out. He probably sees another young fighter, hungry, that people doubt, very classic and traditional style, and say, man, I done been there before, man. Let me help this dude out, because, again, this is the same guy that they said that I should come out of retirement for. But I don't got to come out of retirement. I'm going to go ahead and put my, sprinkle. He from the Bay Area too, Ward. So he going to sprinkle his Bay Area game on Plant, put some food, some nutrients on the plant to let it grow.
Damn, champ. But here's my question, right? You want to grow a rose, right? But you working with the sunflower. That was a stupid metaphor, but you get what I'm trying to say, right? Like, you can't, like, even if you the planter,
you disrespecting
plants
Plant.
rose.
He disrespecting Plant. Now
Listen,
Plant's
no,
a sunflower.
I'm
He can't
not.
be a rose.
Okay, is it disrespectful to say that Plant is no Andre Ward? Because I don't think it is. Just like it's not disrespectful for me to say Terrence Crawford is no Floyd Mayweather.
It's disrespectful to say that he's a sunflower and he can't be a rose.
All I'm saying is that can Andre Ward turn... I feel like you're misrepresenting my metaphor. Go ahead, I mean.
I think I can get with that, right? Now, it's different because I think with Ward, the Rose analogy fits because he was positioned very pretty after that Super Six, and so yeah, it's a little bit more pretty. But I think with the sunflower plant, remember, sunflower, you get seeds out of them, you know what I mean? So it's a different type of utility, but you still got something to work with. So yeah, you might not see the same aesthetic value in Plant's career as you see in Ward's sunflower to Rose, but you see the similarities. And they both need sunlight, they both need water, they both need nutrients. And besides the fact, you can grow two flowers next to each other as long as it ain't no weed. So the nutrients, they benefit each other. It's all natural.
Yo,
did I King born y'all or what?
Call you the green thumb, man.
Let me tell you.
And first things first, bro. I mean, you just totally neglecting Ja Rule's first project. Like, yo, he's a rose from the concrete, man. Like
that was
you can't
hot.
You can't take that from him. Like, my man's. That's the whole point. That whole metaphor is something beautiful can come from the worst place. So you can't all of a sudden lock him into a fucking sunflower. My man still could be a rose. You understand? Because if he beats Canelo, you're gonna be throwing roses at his feet.
Let me tell you. The next time y'all two take my metaphor and make it better than I did, I will take both of you into the ring, and I will unleash a hellstorm that has never been seen before in podcasting. Y'all just took my metaphor and made it work. So I appreciate that, but at the end of the day, that made me look bad.
A lot of wrestling promos.
What's going to make you look bad, Mr. Munguia, is when Dickie Hobbs gets you in that squared circle.
I got something for Dickie.
Texas death match, okay?
You were gonna have it okay. You giving me home field advantage. I got you, champ.
I'm giving you home field advantage. You want to know why? Because Dickie Hobbs travel anywhere in the world, Daddy, and I'm here for the smoke. I want all the smoke like that dude King I want all the smoke.
Dickie Hobbs is merely another opponent in the promotion of me. So you can go ahead and take that and be that heel, and I'm going to stomp all over you, Dickie. That's what I'm saying. Yo, but last night was fire, though, right?
Sarcasm. 1 week.
What do you say?
1 week, Americans are virus experts. The next, former war generals, then former presidents, and now parents crapping on teachers. Americans, y'all know. Okay.
He ain't lying.
We going to Austin in Texas.
Come on, man. Fuck.
Austin.
Hello? Y'all hear me?
We hear you.
We hear you.
And your little profanity.
Fuck, man. My bad. I was playing the game. Shit, man. I agree with Mario, man. I really do. I don't think Andre Ward is gonna be able to like he said, he ain't gonna just pull out no secret potion or a secret combination nobody's ever seen in their life or anything like that. With everything being said, bro, I see Canelo beating him in like TKO, like round 10, round 11, late stoppage. Plant he just don't got it, bro. Now I think it does set up a Ward Canelo fight down the road. But I don't think Ward could beat him right now, man. In his prime, probably, but he's been out the ring like, 4 years now? Right?
Yep.
Yeah. I don't think he could beat Canelo right now. Like, Canelo's he's in his prime, bro. He's literally, your prime is between like 28 and 35, and he's just right in the middle of it, and he don't have no ring rust or nothing. The only person I can see really giving Canelo problems, bro,
Where's Plant in his prime?
Bro, okay, Plant's in his own personal prime, but his prime don't compare to Canelo's prime. The only person I can see giving Canelo real trouble is David Benavidez, bro, at 168. David, he's 6'2", and he throws punches like crazy.
Once upon a time, the only person they thought could beat AJ was Wilder and Fury, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, came this little dude that put hands on him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
Got
how
the
much was
clap.
that? How much of that was hype versus how much Canelo's proven?
Clap all day. Yeah, I mean. Let me go out
Yeah,
to
that's what I mean.
Decatur, Georgia.
Get your ass in the ring and
Ain't
swing,
no hard
man.
fighting these boxers, motherfucker, like this.
Hey,
Boxingvoice.com.
Daddy.
Watch them thinking man's game.
This a dollar beat.
Skill. Up here. You gotta figure out how to think of motherfucker. That's what we're fighting.
Boxingvoice.com.
What's happening, man? Nah, what up, bro? We don't hear you, fans.
Unmute. I know you there.
Lids low. Lids low. Alrighty then, Coach Rivera. Coach Rivera. Yo, I mean, so I've been getting mad messages like, yo, you and I mean, y'all want to make it about race, yo. You and I mean, making it about race. See? So look, it ain't about race because there goes 3 black fighters that were not punished after being caught doping. Dillian White, Roy Jones Jr., and Sugar Shane Mosley. That's the internet, though. The internet saying that I ain't fact checked none of this shit. Off my capinage, I know Dillian did get to fight. He did test positive. They did not tell his opponent Oscar Rivas, but the difference in the Dillian and Valdez story is Dillian went from Rivas to Vac without a fight and through scrutiny. Where's the B sample? Oh, you a cheat, yada, yada, yada. Like, the Valdez story to me is so unique because he popped before the fight. This ain't a post-fight test like Roy Jones was. And again, correct me if I'm wrong, David Maldonado, the historian, wherever you are, when Roy popped, I just thought that was post-fight that he popped, not pre. That's what I'm saying. Before the fight, allowing someone to fight before the fight, that shows something is fishy, in my opinion.
And so my point.
Oh,
that
and
I
the
used,
third
the
person
analogy I
was
used-
Shane. I'm sorry, the third person was
Yeah, go
Shane, and I'm pretty sure Shane.
I'll help you out with that one.
I'm pretty sure he didn't pop. I mean, they didn't catch him till after anyway, because he
Well, the
got
thing
caught
with
in the
Shane
Balco.
was the thing with Shane was there was no stringent testing at that point. You know, you're talking about the it was already at the bottom of the peak. Yes, early stages of testing and us understanding it, and it was like the peak of, you know, everything kind of coming down, like Balco and all that stuff, baseball getting clean, football getting clean. Shane's reputation was ruined. You know, Shane was thrown into the mud with people like Barry Bonds and Jose Canseco. Like, that's
Victor
the punishment.
Conti.
Exactly. That's the punishment he served, because there was no real, like, you know, there was nothing set in stone, or there was nothing on paper that said, oh, well, WADA does this or WADA does that, or this is the WBC. Like, none of that existed at the time. All that you could really do is talk about a man's character. And by the way, he was punished for that. I mean, it wasn't anything severe or anything like we know
put
today.
His name
but
through the mud. Floyd put his name through the mud.
yeah, man, listen, there's no doubt that Shane, you know, was put through some shit. Like, you know, his name was tarnished.
And so not only are we talking about how, you know, some of these cases or some instances are adjudicated differently, we're also talking about how the public response to it and how some of the powers that be have responded. So the example that I've given you guys is, respectfully, depending on where I'm at, if I was a much younger man and I get caught with a bag of weed in a different time, that's a case for me. You let a white kid or some other kid get pulled over, they take the weed and they tell them to go home. And that's a disparity on how the law or whatever the legislation or whatever the rules are enforced. So if somebody comes back positive, A and B sample, and they say, well, no, but he was out of competition, they're disregarding the man's intent. They're disregarding his intent plus the timeline close to the fight. What I'm saying is he's had the people come out and defend him immediately in the midst of that. And the punishment that was given was it was a slap on the wrist because it was in concert with allowing him to maintain the title. To maintain the title and continue to this. So this is just something different that we're seeing. It's just an outright level of favoritism that you can't ignore. So I'm not making it about race so far as just that. I'm also saying if you want to bring attention to the matter, like I want to do, sometimes you do got to race bait. And I'm intelligent enough to know that. So what I said was, let's race bait it as far as pointing out still, because we can't dispute that, Gerald Miller, his punishment is, seems to be a little bit harsher. And somehow or another, somebody that has an interest in black fighters might want to speak on that.
But even Shakur opted out of WBC. He was treated as if he was a dirty fighter because he chose to go the WBO route. And he didn't even test positive. Here we got a guy testing positive, and he's being smacked on the hand. And, his punishment is to be an ambassador. Show up to 6 events and kiss 6 babies and sign autographs and wear the WBC shirt as a proud ambassador. And that's the issue. See, Dillian White didn't get that. Dillian White got, again, from the Maurice, Vac, and Rivas dates to be slandered through the media, poked fun at, all types of stuff. So it's different than what Valdez is getting. Valdez is getting the immediate coddling and defense of the WBC. That's what he's getting. Oh no, he didn't do that. It's like 3 Red Bulls. Mario, were you around for that? Did you hear? I can't believe Mauricio said that. Like, that is a PR, I don't know what, who gave the clearance for that to say it's like taking 3 Red Bulls?
That's bad. That's really bad.
How are you you're the one pushing Vada. They tell you he's pops for something on the banned substance, and you equate it to fucking Red Bull. That's
Look,
crazy.
the thing is this, and I said this before, that there could be, in some way, somehow, some logical explanation, but the mere idea of this should force that fight not to happen without a very stringent report and investigation.
And that's another thing Dillian White got. A very long, thorough investigation. Weeks for weeks. Where's the B sample? Jokes about the B sample.
Yep.
So Dillian got all that. Valdez is getting none of that. Hello, my people.
None of it.
Hello, I just want to tell you I've never tested positive. And I get you.
You know how about
because if I took the test 30 times, I would be feeling the way he's feeling too. You know what I'm saying? But for whatever reason, this time it ain't clean.
I'm gonna make y'all even more mad. Valdez got treated like a cop when he get off for violating somebody's civil rights. They say he gonna do some anger management.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna do some sensitivity training. Or like one of these cats when they come out and say the N-word, like when Justin Bieber and his dad got the song, or Eminem. I didn't mean it. I was a kid. You know what I'm gonna do? I've given so many black people's opportunities. I'm gonna straighten it out, man. It's intent. It's morality. It's your character. And I know, there's no legal precedent for that. But you're trying to marry that with a healthy and clean sport and just say, hey, guys, if you don't have any intentions of doing anything wrong, you sign up for the program and we straight. Yeah. If you ain't doing nothing, then it don't matter, right?
I mean, it just devalues the program. I mean, it devalues VADA, what VADA is and the list that they follow, the guidelines. Like, now what? It just says that Mauricio or another sanctioning body president for that matter can now supersede and commissions as well.
Well,
because
one
that's
of
the
the
thing.
things. Go ahead. Sorry.
If the commission approves it, Mauricio still could suspend pending an investigation. He could still, at the very least, I thought he was going to say, yo, Valdez could fight, but we not sanctioning. We pulling our sanction until we do an investigation. Like, even Franchon Cruz and Jimenez, there was this dumbass, long-ass investigation when she popped. And that's what I'm saying.
Forever.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why does the course of action or the due process change when it's for a Mexican? It's so weird to me.
And Mario,
it's unfair to me.
Before you go, I just want to say this. I personally, this is on me. The views and opinions expressed by the host of such and such and such, this is on me. I had the pleasure, the opportunity to shake Mauricio Suleiman's hand. I met this man in person. He was gracious and humble and decent enough to attend a TBV appreciation night. I can only ask you, I would ask you in person, knowing that I could reach out, knowing that you're that accessible of a public figure and a dignitary of this sport. I would shake your hand and I would ask you, no differently than I'm looking at you at this camera, Mr. Suleiman. Not Suleiman the caller. I'm talking about Mauricio. What the fuck, man? What's up? That shit don't sound right, man. What's up? ¿Qué pasa? What the fuck?
It don't.
Yeah.
It
And
don't.
one of the things that I saw.
The answer either, man. I'm sorry.
Listen, and one of the things that I saw was the because they keep trying to make this add up, right? And one of the things I saw was like, no, what he popped for, because there's what's it called? It's called like in camp and out of camp substances.
Yeah, they
said that
it's
what
out
he
of competition.
popped for was legal out of competition, but not legal in competition, which starts 2 weeks, I think, before the fight.
No, they Billy Joe'd it.
Yo, and that's the thing. It's like, well, then what the fuck are we talking about? Like, it's like you started this whole shitstorm, and if that's truly the case, then this looks terrible, and you made it look terrible. And if it's not the case, then again, it goes to the entire facet of this that, how many hurdles are you going to have to jump and force other people to jump to make this add up? Out of competition, in competition. I understand the difference between certain substances.
There is no difference, though, Mario. We were talking about that. I don't know if you were on, but like, preparing for the fight is in competition. It's disrespectful to the boxing fan to try to tell me that while you're in camp isn't competition. The preparation for the fight isn't competition. But if you get injured, the fight's off. But if you have a great camp, you perform well. How the fuck is that not competition? That's part of it. To say now that anyone could take anything as long as it's not 2 weeks before the fight, and I mean, even still, because look, even if you 2 weeks before the fight you test positive, I guess, hey, if the substance was in your body during the training camp, it don't matter. Like, none of this makes sense. None of it makes sense.
That's like that. That's like the shit we talked about on Untitled, right? You can cheat as long as you don't cheat in your own home.
It's crazy,
right? Or you can cheat as long as it's not in the same area code. Like you know what I mean? Like where's the parameters? Where's the boundaries? I mean, like, again, if the man got popped with a banned substance, A sample, B sample, he's doing it,
bro. And that's the other thing. Using it. That's the other thing. The A and the B sample come and you just oversee that. But look, it is what it is. Look, it's not going to be the first.
Like they said,
it's not going to be the last.
Leaves your system in 4 days, right? 4 days it leaves your system, and you got popped with an A. You used that shit.
No, but they said after he popped, they tested him, and he's been negative since.
Yeah, they said that. What happened was
remember
that
the A and B sample are from August 13th.
From August 13th, yes, it was from weeks ago, which they considered out of competition.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying,
Since
Mario.
being in competition, now he's tested negative.
But that's what I'm saying. You're using something to help you perform better in training camp to lose the weight easier. You could work out. You could work out longer. You know, it's just it's unfair to say it's out of competition. It is what it is. Like, I just want to move on because I know that it's gonna happen again. It's gonna happen.
The thing is,
again.
I don't know what those substances are. It's like if I had a list and I could understand,
There's only
what
one.
they
It's
deem.
amphetamine was the one that he popped for.
No. I know, but what I'm saying is, let me see a list of things that are okay out of competition, so I can understand what you're trying. Like, because that's the part of this that I don't.
But why are we
get.
being
It's like,
naive? Why are we like Mauricio as the
It's not about
president?
being naive. It's about understanding.
No, Mauricio as the president is being naive. If something that you're taking is helping your performance in training camp, you know, you're being naive. You know, to say that it's okay because it was 2 weeks before competition. Like none of that makes sense. So again, I just think he's being naive, you know, or playing the fool. I mean, helping his boy. I mean, you could slice the pie so many different ways because I don't know. I've just never seen someone test positive A and B and still fight.
I feel like we saw that happen before. Who was
Actually,
it? Was it Eric Morales?
Now that I said, God, you're right. You hit it on the nail. New York, right? With Danny?
Yep.
And what he test positive for? This is
Damn,
what I'm saying.
man.
It's not
Let
going to
me
be
check.
the first and it won't be the last. This is the saddest part about this sport. I think that was a diuretic because I know Danny got paid like $75,000. He said he bought a Camaro with that money, Eric from Eric. But
Hey, listen, guys.
But remember, the fighter was given the opportunity. Remember that Danny and his father and his mom ultimately made the decision. Like, yeah, go ahead and fight, fuck it. But he was given the choice. You understand? This fighter wasn't even told that Oscar test positive. Again, they did it twice. Funny, there's always an Oscar involved. Oscar Rivas, Oscar Valdez.
Makes you wonder how many times people test positive for things, like, and then they use, like, out of competition, like, disregard it, and we never hear about it in the fight, and the opponent never knows about it. Like,
that's what they need to do. They need to keep this shit hush hush. Because if you're gonna make these executive decisions like this, your decision would look so much better if we didn't have all the knowledge of the situation. But like, knowing he popped, knowing it's are you trying to leave? I mean, because you know.
Yeah. No, I was just going to let y'all fellas know, man. I want to shout out again. Thanks for letting me jump on right quick. Shout out to the Wrestling Voice. It's about to be crazy, Mario. Thanks for helping out with that. Supermex, get well, champ. Check me out on Instagram, King Amin of Essex 1. Check me out on YouTube. Check me out here on the Boxing Voice TBV podcast. I'm out.
peace. I mean, thank you for adding to the conversation in a major way. Yeah.
I don't even know what Doomy means by Oscar Valdez had a very expensive mistake. They trying to save their money, not their.
I think he's trying to say that the venue just did well on tickets and he made a mistake, and they're trying to save his mistake by saving the money, or trying to save the money by trying to save him from the mistake.
I hear that, but like, was it worth it? Was it worth ruining his name, ruining the WBC's integrity? You know, when you could have simply, like, come on, Devin Haney stepped in for fucking Alexander Usyk on 2 weeks' notice and saved the day. Why Top Rank acting like they don't got nobody of Mexican descent that can go to Tucson? Like, stop, man. You know what I mean? Like, it was poorly done, man. I'm telling you, it's like I said, like, where is Mauricio Suleiman's PR relations advisor? Like, how the fuck do you equate a banned substance to 3 Red Bulls? Is Red Bull on the banned substance list? Because that would just take the cake right there. Probably is, right?
I doubt it.
Probably
I don't think you can have it like during the fight or anything like that. But nah, I don't think a Red Bull is. I've seen fighters walk around with like caffeine drinks before, you know, at weigh-ins and shit, and so I highly doubt.
And that's the thing, man. Yeah, the ABC decides, but we find out that the ABC who decided it, the same attorney that fought the last one. What was the story? Send me the information, Rob. You know I don't remember this shit. Okay, the ABC attorney that threatened the WBA, right? Right? The same ABC that threatened the WBA if they don't get rid of their belts, they won't be recognized anymore in boxing. The ABC threatened them. So the same attorney that wrote that verbiage, that email, he's the same attorney now that's on the board with the ABC, or rather, that wrote the letter for Valdez. He's Valdez's attorney. So it's like, he's got a hookup. You understand? Your lawyer's on the board. So of course the ABC now says, oh yeah, no, that's not a PED. And then Mauricio says, no, that's not a PED. And then the commission, they're Indian. They're like, that ain't no PED. Let's do it then. It's like, damn. I'm just wondering when do we get someone else to just like have 3 people come out and say that a PED that's on the banned substance list for WADA isn't a PED? It's weird to me. And the fact that people keep trying to find these other fighters who were in this quote unquote same situation, this is not Roy Jones or Shane or Dillian. This is its own weirdness. I mean, they're going all out right here.
Here's the thing for me. I don't think we understand. Like, listen, I don't understand performance enhancers and what they do to the body enough to be able to make a list, right? That said, if certain things are able to be taken and certain things are not and out of competition, then everybody needs the chance to take them. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody needs to be in a situation where they know, well, hey, look, everybody, he's going to take this. So, you could take it if you want to.
That's what Tank
the way
said.
They used to do.
That's what Tank said. That's what Tank said. But I wonder what happens if he goes through the same exact situation before his fight. Will they be calling for him for his fight to be canceled or not? But Tank said, I want to sip some of that tea and see what it's hitting for.
Listen, that's what I'm saying. It's like everybody it just needs to be an even playing field. You know what I mean? Like, that's really what this is about, is making sure that it's an even playing field. And if there are substances that help a fighter or an athlete that are legal to take at certain parts of the camp, then it needs to be disclosed that these are the things that, are able to be taken. And so everybody can take it, because I'm sure Robinson would have loved to be, taking that shit too. And guess what? Now it's too late. Now he knows, oh shit, I could have taken that. Yeah. I thought that shit was illegal.
I could have made way easier.
Damn, he's saying my endurance could be way better than it is now by simply just taking that tea? Yeah.
Tea.
But that's what I'm saying. That's why the fight should not go on before
and let me tell you something.
Investigation.
Let me tell you something. These excuses of tea, right, and meat, right? These things shouldn't be that simple, right? When you say, oh no, right? You tested positive. Now we're calling you and you're saying, no, it's tea. The next question should be, where did you buy it? I bought it at Stop and Shop. What store? What's the address? They need to go get that shit and test it themselves, right? Because if it doesn't test, you lying. It's that simple. Like, why do we always take like Canelo said, I was eating meat. Where'd you buy it at? Where'd you eat it at? Let's go test it.
Name?
Let's go fucking test it though. Like, why is that so hard? No, I was taking this GNC product. Oh, really? What's the name of it? Let's buy another bottle. Let's test it. Because we just take their word for, oh, I was drinking tea. Like,
well,
that's like a smack in the face.
That's why it's such a perfect excuse, Ness, because they can say that. Because they can say, oh, well, I bought Hexapro, and somehow this ingredient that shouldn't be in Hexapro was in it, and that's how I tested positive. Well, let's get some Hexapro and let's check it out.
Exactly.
No. It was just in that one thing.
Yeah, but that's where the lie is detected.
It's like,
no,
exactly.
But that's where the lie is detected.
It's the perfect lie, though.
No, it's not. No, it's
it
not.
Is.
Because if I go test another bottle of Hexapro and it ain't got no fucking compounds that you pop for, you are lying on Hexapro. And you know what?
Bro,
that company should sue your ass.
if it's like, oh, you sold this man heroin and he died because there was fentanyl in it. Like, no, I didn't know there was fentanyl in it. Check the other heroin. There's no fentanyl in that. It's like, check any other heroin. There's no you know what I'm saying? It's like you're making an excuse that this one anomaly, this 1 in a million shot happened to you, and you have the worst luck in the world. You know what I mean?
There's
It's
no
like
such
the perfect
thing. There's
lie.
no such
It's
thing.
like the perfect lie, or not
It's
the perfect, perfect excuse.
I don't even know how he's saying that word. How is this the perfect excuse?
Because
you're talking about something that isn't in the bottle. Somehow jumped
Isn't
into
supposed to be in it.
No, and it somehow only jumped into your bottle.
That's what they say, though.
But how is that perfect, my man? That
the meat was tainted. So the meat's not supposed to have this thing in it.
Yeah, so the
this
meat,
one
okay,
meat was tainted.
okay,
That's
so let's go. What restaurant? Let's go buy some more fucking meat. No one,
Nah,
listen.
man, it was only that one steak.
And that's my point, bro. The lie, you know, if you keep asking these questions and you get those answers, the lie tells itself, man. It shows itself. Like, you're lying. Like, how only your batch of Hexapro
I'm
is
in
bad.
agreeing with you.
Get the
I'm in
fuck
agreement
outta
with you.
here.
I 100%
Your
agree.
fat tummy tea, only your fat tummy tea. And guess what? The coincidence is you're a fighter. The other coincidence, you need to lose weight. But so your fat tummy tea has the perfect diuretic in it. No one else's. Like, I mean,
hilarious.
and this is what I'm saying. Suleiman is being naive. He's putting on a show. Like, why do we keep allowing this to happen? Like, it's such a coincidence. The dude that needs to lose 35 pounds pop for a diuretic, and we're going to act like it was a coincidence. It's just sad. At this point, we should just let them do what the fuck they want. Line 6 Reed, what up?
Hey, what's going on? Hey, I just wanted to touch bases on the Caleb Plant getting Andre Ward in this camp. I think it's a good thing, but the fact of beating Canelo, it's not a matter of who you have in your camp. It's can you maintain that mental pressure that he's going to keep putting on you. And I think that's what get a lot of guys that fight Canelo, anybody that's a pressure fighter, that's what get them is having to deal with that constant mental pressure of that person being there. If Caleb Plant can get through that, then I think he can win a fight. That's my call.
All right, we got Anthony in Miami. What up?
Hi guys, how are you today?
All right.
Pretty good.
I have a question for you guys. I'm confused. I'm a layman's boxing fan. I don't follow boxing as hardcore as you guys. Can you? Has there been a case where, let's say, a fighter tests positive, but later on we find out that it wasn't his fault, but the person like Vada or Wada made a mistake and accidentally tainted the samples. One of the samples. They used a sample that had the.
I never seen the testing agency or the representatives contaminate the sample. That's always the claim of the fighter.
No, not contaminate. My mistake. Not contaminate, but make a mistake and you. Let's say 2 weeks before the fight, they use a sample that has a banned substance that you're not supposed to have. They use a sample that has a substance that is only meant for during the training camp, and they accidentally use that, and they make a mistake and use that sample. Has that ever happened? Like,
I don't know if that has ever happened, but I can tell you for sure what does happen is that mistakes are made in the testing process and samples are disregarded and they have to get new ones. Like, that's happened before. You know, testing is not, it's not an exact, I mean, it isn't a science, but it's not like always an exact science. Things go wrong all the time. Just like, you know, people get results that they're pregnant and they're not. Just like people get results that they got cancer and they don't. You know, even, you know, that shit happens all the time. So yes, that does happen, but I've never heard of a situation where, let's just use this as an example, Manny Pacquiao had a test in July and they kept that sample for so long that they end up testing it in August right before his fight, and then he pops. Like, I've never heard of that. I don't think that's how it works. I think they have a certain amount of time to test and then dispose. So no, they have the testing regimen very stringent, but science isn't always an exact science. So, things happen.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if for me, looking from not being a hardcore boxing fan like you guys are, I'm not sure if you agree with this. So we don't have this issue. Boxing should have an overarching body to control all this instead of having these promoters and these like multiple sanctioning bodies controlling everything. Have have the FDA, the government come in and regulate the sport of boxing and have one overarching body like the NFL does, like baseball does, or something like
That would
or
solve so
basketball.
much. That would solve so much. The problem is that there are different
Too much
commissions
money
in each
involved.
state. Well, that's part of it, but the other part is that there is commissions in each state, and nobody follows the exact same
it's state
rules.
to
No one
state.
follows the exact same procedurals. So it would be really difficult to have a unified body with certain rules when the states are really go how they want. I mean, Texas doesn't even really have a commission truly.
Not
It's
really.
like a licensing.
If you just eliminate all the commissions and start over, you understand? Just like you can
Sure.
start over, let's say with one sanctioning body, right? Like, and go from there. I mean, WBC is not looking like the right belt to get with. But remember that the sanctioning bodies have their own approved officials anyway. You know what I mean? So, because state to state is always going to be an issue. Every state has its own governor and mayor and all that BS, you know what I mean? That's hindering things like unity from happening. But are you looking at the screen? I've been screen sharing something for you to read to the people. The people.
This is a tweet from Victor Conte, and he says, and this is the drug that Oscar Valdez tested for. If I say it wrong, at least you know what it is. Fenterman explained, I looked through FDA records and I couldn't find a supplement that were specifically adulterated with fentanyl. Zero. Nada. Herbal teas found with fentanyl. Seems lawyer Pat English and WBC Boxing made up an herbal tea story. Vada. So what Victor Conte is saying is that essentially there are zero records and instances that show fentanyl popping up in any sort of supplement like tea or anything like that. This is a specific, and from what I read too, it's a very specific drug. Like, it's given for very specific reasons. The whole, well, it was like he drank this tea and it combined with this, it created, small amounts of that. It's like, I don't know, it don't add up, and it doesn't seem like anybody who actually understands this stuff seems to understand that excuse at all. So yeah. Fentermine is how it's pronounced. Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Appreciate it. Fentermine.
Yeah, let me get to my man's in Louisville Slugger who says, I have yet to see a vaccinated female get pregnant.
But that's funny.
Mm-hmm. And next one. You got something for that? You got something for that?
No. That's a new call.
Next one is from Coach Rivera, who says, look, Ward and Plant are skillful guys, but they are different. Ward does trick to catch you like Canelo, and Plant moves and catch you walking in when you're off balance. Ward is perfect, too sharp. Plant skill. Oh, perfect to sharpen Plant's skill. Who has more skill, Kovalev or Plant? Plant! Kovalev has more power. New caller in California. I'm trying to party. Who's this? 310. 310?
Yo,
Yo.
yo,
Yo.
Ness,
Yo.
this Bill, man, this Billy.
Bill, what up?
What's the deal, man?
Shit.
Hey, I'm calling in. I'm calling in response to
This Bill
Oh yeah, man, you got my 702 number, man. Yeah, I'm in Vegas, man. I got a new number. I usually call in from a 702 number.
Yeah, that's why. So this Coach
Yeah,
Bill.
so I switched it
Coach
up. But anyway,
Bill.
yeah, I'm calling in response to, I guess we talking about the testing and you know, dirty testing and all of that.
Yes,
Look,
sir.
I feel like no excuses could be made, man, because like if that was the case, they fill our food that they sell to us with so much bullshit. So we'll all test dirty if that was the case. You get what I'm saying? Like one, that food is not going to be an excuse. Tea is not going to be an excuse. I'm a certified nutrition, bro. Like I don't know, man. I'm just looking at it from the outside in, and it's just complete bullshit. No disrespect to no champion out there, but the thing is, a dirty test is a dirty test. Like it's simple as that. You get what I'm saying? I don't care what other they're talking about. People come up pregnant, cancer test. That's completely different testing right there. You get what I'm saying? This is something that where they're testing and they're finding something in their urine, and it's a dirty test. Simple as that. You know what I'm saying? It ain't no meat, ain't no tea. There's nothing involved.
But yeah, I don't think anybody's arguing
Isn't
that,
it blood
though.
and
I mean,
urine? Isn't it blood and urine that they do, Vada?
I believe so.
Yeah, they do blood and urine. Well, it depends. Urine was the standard for a while, and then you had to like implement blood. But now I think it's just that's the way it is. Like, you know, they have to do both. But I will say this though. I don't know that people wouldn't test positive. Like, there's so much shit in our food. There's so much shit in our milk and eggs, like the preservatives and the all that bullshit. Like, man, who knows what's in our food? Like, I wouldn't say that nobody would test positive. Like, I don't get tests. None of us do that aren't professional athletes. That said, that's the point, is when you're a professional athlete, you have the responsibility of knowing what's in your body, knowing what you're putting into your body. Like, you have that responsibility. You get paid to do that. You know what I'm saying? If somebody paid me to do that, yeah, I'd take much more care of what I put into my body and know it for sure.
Agreed.
Using trusted supplements and shit like that.
We got a new call in the 469. Where's that at, Mario? You ain't got
I have it right here.
469s up there. Who's this?
Oh, New Orleans or Dallas.
Dallas?
Yep,
Texas?
Dallas.
This is Dallas. Y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. Who's this?
Yeah.
This is Manny. How y'all doing?
Manny in Texas. What part of Texas you in? You said Dallas already?
I'm in Dallas. Yeah, I'm in Dallas.
All right. Talk to us, brother. How you doing?
Yeah, man. Hey, I just wanted to give y'all a little piece of information. Y'all know that y'all can legally buy steroids at the pharmacy in Mexico, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I do.
That don't mean that it's legal in America where he fighting at.
No. I know that. That's what I'm saying. So who knows when Oscar Valdez got to camp in San Diego, right? So he could have easily taken that banter whatever in Mexico, and then by the time that he got to
hell yeah,
camp
he
in
started
San Diego,
ordered it online
Right.
and got to his house in 4 days. Like, you don't need Mexico. Like, anybody, I could order it right now if I wanted. It's
Mario knows
it's
all
online.
Mario, we
So, like,
gonna
you can
get
buy-
together. We got to test Mario for Border Wars, man.
Test me.
My man taking
I'm good.
phentermine and all this shit.
I just found out what that was last week.
You can order it online. I can get it in 4 days.
But let me tell you, do a Google search and tell me if in the first page you don't find where to buy it.
Bruh, but that don't mean it's a reputable distributor. You don't know what you're buying. You don't know who it is. That's how you buy your steroids?
But that's not...
Lord, you got me nervous,
No,
man.
first of all, you can get steroids online. Like, that's easy. Just like you could get pretty much anything online. Like,
yeah,
that's the only point I was trying to make. He's saying that if you're in Mexico, it's easier accessible. And he's right.
Matter.
He's right. If you're in Mexico, it is accessible. He's not wrong about that. The only point I'm making is like he could got it anywhere like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, It's easy to get. It's easy to get. It's not hard, especially when you're an
Yeah,
athlete
but
at that level.
we know that we know that he lives in Mexico, right? So
Yes.
for him, he could have just gone down to the local pharmacy, and whoever told him to buy it knew what he was taking. So, I mean,
Yeah, but the thing is that
he could have bought it over there, taken it over there.
I just ain't buying that it was in tea. But Manny, man, thank you. Let me get to some other people. I just can't buy that it was in tea. I want some of that tea.
Oh no, that's not what I'm saying. Oh, I agree with you there. No, this had to have been a pill or whatever he had taken. I guarantee it wasn't no tea.
All right. Well, thank you, Manny. Listen, at this age, send me some herbal tea with amphetamine in it. Can I get some? I need a 6-pack. I mean, if you're gonna help me get a 6-pack and have better endurance at my age, can I get some amphetamine herbal tea?
Just take a pro hormone.
I need look at Mario. Take a pro hormone from
Trying to help you, bro. You
PEDs.com.
talking about getting in better shape? I'm gonna help you.
My man going to PEDs.com and shit. He don't know who on the other end of PD. He don't know who on the other end of that shit.
It on eBay. It's on eBay. No.
Oh my God,
I'm just playing.
Lord. Let me get out to Ringa.
Look, the fire's coming. Are you ready for the fire? We're firemen. We are firemen.
BoxingVoice.com.
Hey, good morning, Ness, Mario, everybody. I love this ringer thing. Thank you, bro. I get windows of calling you and getting back to the wife on the Labor Day. So I appreciate the ringer. It's very worth it. Yo, I heard you say that Andre is going down to Caleb. So who reached out to who to come where? How did that happen? Was that revealed?
Nah.
Or it just revealed that it's going down?
Nah, just that they showed themselves working together. That's all.
Yeah, I didn't think so, because I was wondering who would humble themselves. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and the motive behind doing that. You know what I'm saying? But that's cool. And another thing, if this fight was on ESPN, do you think he would be there? I doubt it.
What you mean? Ward?
Let's say, yeah.
Ward should be there, right? It's an ESPN telecast. I mean, probably after what he said, they probably ain't gonna give him the job for this weekend.
No, but the fight for Canelo is on Fox.
Oh yeah. I thought you meant Valdez. Sorry.
No. I'm coming to that. So, would he do that? You know, would he be as outspoken and everything with Caleb and look at me? Because on one side he's a good dude, on the other side he's a company man, right? Look at what Bradley's doing. He's jumping all over. See, because these dudes, bro, they're like a soap opera, right? That team of Ward and Bradley. They're good, they're bad, they're indifferent, they're like, I can't gauge who they really are depending on, they're just like morph into the situation. Because now if Bradley's doing all this and all that, then how come he ain't defend or do anything when Benavidez and all? You made a good point like last week when they said that off time or that Benavidez was sniffing or whatever, getting high. That other dude, I can't remember. But they were saying him.
Cut it. JT. Is he still? Yes. JT counterpunch.
Yeah, you tried to go to me, Ness, but it's the first time gone to me.
I thought you had a
it's the
counterpunch.
second.
Nah, this would be the first. I got
What? No, you went to him earlier.
I don't
You
know.
asked him if he was there, and you said, I guess he's not there. You played his intro too.
I don't remember.
Yeah, it was early.
Ness don't play my intro unless I turn on my unmute button. Come on, stop it, Mario. Look.
No, I swear I heard it.
At the end of the day, Mario, you confessing on yourself. You know, you know a lot too much about that stuff, man. You making excuses talking about baby, I could test positive because we it's in the milk. We drank milk and stuff like that. Stop it. Please.
All I said was there's shit.
Stop trying to make excuses for these boys that's popping dirt in that Canelo camp.
For real.
They got some fishy stuff going on over there. Everybody that's gonna make an excuse. Let's be realists about it. Them boys cheating over there, and that's just straight up about it. If you hang around with a group of people like that, You hang around a group of killers, they gonna think you a killer at the end of the day. So let's put all this fanboy to the side. It started with Canelo. Now it's starting with this other guy and stuff like that. They got pictures of Andy Ruiz. They got pictures of Ryan Garcia looking all jacked up. Come on, man. Let's be real about this. That's my counterpunch.
Yo, I want some of that shit. I'm just being real. Andy look amazing. Canelo be looking amazing. Ryan do look amazing in that 2018 to 2019. I want some. I'm
Here's
not
the
in
thing, though.
competition.
Like,
Ain't nobody testing me. Like, my girl would love to hug me at night, and I'm filled in like David Hayes style. You know what I mean?
nah,
Why
I feel
not?
you. Here's the problem I have with JT's comment, right? Or JT's call. Like, I'm not against what he's saying as a whole. The problem is like he keeps calling people cheaters that are passing tests, and it's like
But it
either
don't
you
matter,
believe in the
right?
test or you don't. You get what I'm saying? It's like
yes,
you pass tests, and then you fail them, and now all the other times you were cheating. So then what the fuck is the use of the test then if you're not going to believe it when it does come out? You know, that's the problem I have.
No,
That's the
I
problem
hear
with
you.
I have.
I hear you,
Yeah,
but
you
it
know.
doesn't stop there, right? Because it's like,
No, it don't.
Cool. We listen to Mario, and we're gonna listen to the test. Now he tested positive, and they just make it okay.
Exactly. That's what's wrong. That's what's wrong. You know what I'm saying? But also what's wrong is to discredit, you know, the times when they were clean and to say, oh, well, you know, the Burchell fight, he was a cheater. Look at how good he did. It's like, bro, he passed his test. You want to get into masking agents and how people fool? Well, then what's the use of testing then? If everybody's just cheating and you believe everybody's cheating, no matter what, like that's the same shit we get on the internet all the time. Trump won because a bunch of people say he did. That don't make it true. You know what I'm saying? Just because a bunch of people say that the tests are being and here's the other part. You can get away with it. I'm not saying people don't get away with it. People got away with EPO, you know, what's it called? Blood doping for years. And they still do. There's no real test out there that definitively can tell you somebody popped for EPO. You know, not yet. And so, you know, that's still a problem. That's still a thing. I'm not saying that people don't skirt and people aren't cheating. I'm just saying that, you know, you can't throw away the test when you want to and discredit when you want to also. Like either they work or they don't.
All right. Well, you definitely got JT to come back at you with another one.
I expect nothing less.
Here's another one.
Yo, don't play that. I'm a boy.
Hey Mario, look, man, I don't want to go back and forth with you. At the end of the day, he talking about he passed the test. You was not there, Ness was not there, I was not there. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of money tied up with them guys like Canelo's and stuff like that. Hey, maybe the shit could have been bought, man. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it. I never believed it how Canelo body evolved over time and stuff like that. And then now you got all these other guys. Andy Ruiz all of a sudden want to get so disciplined and his body starting to transfer and change. I just don't see that. But look, man, like I said, I don't want to go back and forth, but we both were not there, so we don't actually know what money was paid for them to sit there and say, hey, this test come out and say, hey, he passed the test. That's my call.
Nah, listen, you're 100% right. I will 100% agree with you. We don't know one way or the other. You know, we don't know if that theoretical thing happened. It could have. We don't know if it didn't happen. You know what I'm saying? So, I agree. I agree that I believe. Listen, no matter what, we could say that there are other people cheating in the sport. 100%. We know that. That's a fact.
Fact.
You know.
Fact.
So, you know, yeah.
Yo, check that block chart. I think that's JP. Yo, Supermax with the super chat says, yo, for real though, get me whatever Andy is on ASAP. But yeah, man, that's the thing. Yo, you still got to work out. Like that dude is working. I'm watching him work. Like,
good fucking point. You're absolutely right. People talk. Look, everybody keeps talking about, oh, Mario knows so much about this. I said it a million times. I've taken steroids. I don't deny it, and I don't give a fuck.
For every
Like, here's
camp.
the thing: if you're a pro athlete, you have no business taking that stuff and you would hurt somebody. You know, that's why I would never
But
take
you about to
anything
fight in
while-
border wars and you dirty.
But how am I like? That's the problem right there. Is people don't understand. Thank God Biebs on now because he can explain that you take steroids when you're 26. They don't fucking help you when you're 35.
Nah,
the shit,
Mario,
like people
you
think that it's
off,
like you
man.
take steroids once and it continues.
That's why
believe me.
you
Listen,
cycling
believe me.
off.
No. Stop. Believe me. It doesn't work that way. You have cycles. Once you get off that cycle, do you want me to tell you what happens?
What?
Pew, that shit plummets. You lose your gains. You lose your strength. You lose everything. It happens. That's what happens.
Can't fuck no more.
Oh
and you
shit,
can't fuck no more, and your balls shrink.
And you
Hell
can't
yeah.
fuck no more.
Listen, there are a lot of side effects, but the only point that I'm trying to make is there's a difference between pro athletes who are getting paid and cheating the system, and there's a difference between some dude who just wants to look good in the gym or lift more. Like, why the fuck should that dude not take them? Like, steroids work really well, and they're not as dangerous as people, as the mainstream media said.
Beeb
just like
said
they
you can't
fucked up
fuck,
marijuana,
man.
just like they talk shit about weed. You know, just like it's all been media propaganda. Like, if you cycle on and off and you do it correctly, they're not dangerous. You know what's dangerous? When you abuse them. Just like anything else. You know what I'm saying? You could take heroin every fucking week as long as you're doing it, you know what I'm saying? But guess what? That shit gets addictive. And just like steroids, it can get addictive. You know, I haven't taken a cycle in.
My man just
4 or 5
compared
years.
steroids to heroin. He's going off the deep end here, fellas.
Saying, I'm just using it as a metaphor. I'm just using it as a metaphor. Like, the whole point I'm trying to make is that, like, steroids, as far as professional athletes are concerned, there's no room for them. You know what I'm saying? Like, at all. But to suggest that making yourself knowledgeable about them or like how do you know shit about anything when it comes to steroids if you've never known anyone that's taken them, if you've never taken them yourself? Like, you don't know. So you can't talk shit.
But there's a banned substance list. There's a banned substance. That's all you need to know is that something is
for
banned.
Professional athletes, yes.
Sometimes the side effects outweigh the benefits too.
Sure, absolutely. Everybody's different.
If you're taking that phetamine, you're not feeling good when you're taking that. You're trying to make weight. You're already depleted, and you're going to further deplete yourself. You're not going to feel better on that. He took that basically to make weight. So if people are saying, "Oh, he won. He beat Burchell because he was on phetamine." Just the opposite. That shit makes you weaker. Because if you're already depleted and you're shutting your body down even more, you're depleting your body even more and putting stress on your body even more when it's already under stress through the training and calorie depletion. That's not beneficial. That's why motherfuckers get on scales and they faint.
But Conti was saying that it gives them endurance and
Bullshit.
strength.
Conti embellished the whole thing. There's plenty of studies and doctors that will tell you just the opposite of what Conti said. Conte and Heredia, they also said that the shit stays in your system for 30 days, but has a 20-hour half-life. They embellish things because they want attention, they want headlines. With all due respect to both of them, I'm not saying they don't know anything, but they do embellish things. They're totally embellishing what this drug does.
So where's the benefit then? Why like
makes you make weight? That helps you. He's gaming the system by making weight. He's getting a shortcut while his opponent isn't, but he's not going to be a better quality of fighter. When Eric Morales fought Danny Garcia in the rematch after they allowed him to fight on clenbuterol, he did worse. He did worse because he was
also old as hell though.
He was old in both fights.
Yeah,
that's true.
8 months later,
Let me get to this counterpunch. I got a counterpunch from Jay Will in Ohio. What up?
What's up, man? Yeah, man. I don't know what's going on with this Canelo, this fanboyism, man. You know, I seen it with Pacquiao, I seen it with Mayweather, man. But it's just, you know, with this whole PED thing and how formerly, you know, wise boxer fans like maybe Supermix or even Mario are now just like even when JT called it, I'm kind of piggybacking off of JT, like, the whole, like, you just trying to give him the benefit of the doubt so much, like, all those other tests, how we know he was dirty, yada, yada. I'm going to ask you this, Mario. When it came to Margarito, when he finally got caught against Shane Mosley,
what do we automatically assume with his previous fights, especially the Cotto fight, that he was fighting with loaded gloves? So I'm not going to say, well, all those fights with Oscar, he was dirty, but it's, we can't say that, we can't give him the benefit of the doubt. And then my main thing, though, is just with, like, the WBC, period. It's crazy how.
That is your time, Jay Will. That is your time.
To me, I feel like
I'm gonna run you right into your call, though. Let him get his call because he obviously ain't done. Go for it.
Yeah.
All right, good luck. But yeah, with the WBC, man, it's like, all right, Canelo at one time threw away the WBC belt when they tried to make him fight Triple G.
Mm-hmm.
Now, since he's the face of boxing, they went as far as now we got allowable traces of PED. Allowable traces when it was never allowed at all. And it's just like they keep making it a slippery slope more and more for their guy. And it's just like, I can't see how, again, smart boxer fans like you, Supermax, are just trying to be oblivious to all these. There's a laundry list of other shit the WBC allow this guy get away with. When Mauricio Solomon was like, mandatory. Well, how we going to let mandatories get in the way of, a great fighter like Canelo and then give him the franchise shit? If this is my final question to you, Marlon, is this. If there was like a black runner of a belt organization and they kept giving the black fighters all these benefits of the doubt to let them slide well this shit, I think shit would be looking kind of different.
Those are all fair points.
Those are all 100% fair points. The thing is that I am a boxing fan for a very long time, and I understand that Mexican fighters get the benefit of the doubt. Nobody's sitting here saying that Canelo hasn't been favored, just like De La Hoya was favored, just like Mayweather was favored. Whoever the face of boxing cash cow, the networks, the promoters, the sanctioning bodies, they're going to all bend over backwards. It's not right. It's just what it is. Like, what do we do as fans? I'm not suggesting any of that stuff's right. My only point is that when it comes to testing, either you believe in it or you don't. If you're going to sit here and say that every test that was taken was manipulated somehow, then what's the use then? Then you're.
Here's Mario. I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
No,
I apologize, but this is the ridiculousness of those claims. So you think those people that work in those labs, right? The doctors that work in those labs and they read those tests. Do you think they're going to put their careers on the line? Do you think that they're going to alter medical records and they're going to doctor medical records? That's a felony, and their life will be ruined if they ever did that and got caught. There's no benefit for a doctor to do that, okay? Like, it's just ridiculous. But obviously we can talk about how the rules are they're not appropriate. We can criticize that. We can criticize how WADA is saying that this is allowed out of competition and not in competition, which in competition it would be useless because you would have already have made weight, right? So that's a stupid ruling by WADA. But it's not only the WBC, it's the commissions themselves. If you go back to when Billy Joe Saunders fought Andrade, right? When Billy Joe Saunders tested positive for the oxyfullin, right? The other stimulant, which is a weight loss drug as well. WADA said that was allowed out of competition, but not in competition. And so did UCAT. But the Massachusetts State Athletic Commission said, we don't care what they say. It was in his system. He used it, and we're not going to sanction the fight. So what it all comes down to is the commissions. Now, the UFC, whatever USADA says, they follow whatever USADA says. There's no in between. Now, if the commission decides to do that too, which the commission does not decide to do, because this isn't the only time this has happened. This is not unprecedented. We saw Eric Morales be allowed to fight in New York. We saw for Francisco Vargas be allowed to fight in California. So it all boils down to what the commissions want to do. And obviously, if the WBC wants to strip somebody, they want to remove them from their rankings, that should happen as well too. But the commission decides whether or not they want to, take the information that's given to them by VADA and they want to act on it. VADA cannot inflict any punitive action towards a fighter. They have no authority to stop a fight. So when people say, "Oh, well, what's the use? What's the use for VADA? That's a valid point if the commission isn't going to uphold the testing.
For sure, man.
Great point.
We got a lot of callers and we got a couple super chats here. We got Texas Bulldog that says, I respect Mario, but they cycling like a motherfucker over there.
Yo, listen, and that could be true. Listen, like everybody knows the way. I mean, not everybody, but people that work out, people that lift weights, like Beeb, they know how bodybuilders cycle on and off, right? Mm-hmm. Everybody understands that because it's not illegal in their sport. I mean, it's not legal, but it's not. They don't test for it. Kai Green, Phil Heath, like all those dudes take steroids, and they're the biggest and best bodybuilders in the world. But as far as performance athletes, like a Canelo, like a Oscar Valdez, like a Lance Armstrong, those tests and the way that you cycle on and off to not be detected is still not fully understood. Science does not have the kind of testing. So are you able to cheat? Are you able to get away with things? I'm sure you are. 100%.
It's very hard now, though, Mario.
Exactly.
It's getting harder and harder now because that list keeps getting bigger and bigger.
But the thing is, Beeb, is how many guys are like you, me, and Ness who were around in the Pacquiao era when everybody thought he was blood doping and EPO and there was zero testing and you couldn't, you know what I mean? Like we remember those times.
I'm going to drop a gem right now because people totally overlook this. This is going to be a killer diamond gem right here. Platinum ring wrapped around it.
Princess.
People think that these substances are on the list just because they're PEDs, which is totally false. If Mario, I think you and I follow bodybuilding. How many of these bodybuilders have died in recent years? They're not even fucking 40 years old. There was a kid. 20s. There was a kid that just died. What about Rich Piana?
From Texas. Rich Piana. Yeah, another one.
These guys are dropping like flies. Why is
Dallas McCarver? Dallas McCarver was what, 28? Right?
When these guys are taking these like diuretics, when you're sucking all of the fluid out of a depleted body, a lot of these diuretics and these stimulants are on this banned substance list, not because they give you an advantage. Now, obviously, we're not going to lie and say that this drug does not help people lose weight and make weight. But at what cost? These drugs are banned because they're fucking dangerous.
Yeah, that's a good point.
They're fucking killing people. The amphetamine, this is a form of an amphetamine. Amphetamines used to be prescribed, but doctors stopped doing it because, again, these side effects for the short-term goal, okay, that you obtain by using these drugs, the side effects are not worth it. Look at the list of side effects that this drug phetamine has: insomnia, anorexia, shakes, heart palpitations, hallucinations, anxiety, depression. Now, is that all worth it? Right? Is that a healthy environment for an athlete who's already depleted through the hard training, and I hate to sound redundant, through the calorie depletion, through the stress, through all the cortisol that's running through his body because he's taking his body to a place where it doesn't want to be at, all to step on that fucking scale for one day and have that scale have that magic number that you want it to have, right? It's not worth it. Because if you can't sleep at night, you're not recuperating. If your body doesn't want to eat, you're not going to replenish it with the nutrients that it needs.
Muscle breakdown, tissue breakdown.
And that's another side effect of this drug is it breaks down muscle. So again, this drug was designed to help him lose weight. Should he have been stripped? Yes. Should he have been allowed to fight? No. I agree with all that. But let's not try to make this up because we hear guys like Victor Conti and Heredia try to tell you that, yeah, this will make you fucking Superman. You can take this and fucking by the power of Grayskull. Fuck no. That shit ain't gonna happen, bro. It ain't fucking worth it. I would never. I took a clenbuterol pill one time in my life. Some fucking guy gave it to me. I was 28. I would never take it again. I felt like my fucking heart was gonna rip out of my chest, and I was fucking shaking like this, and I was sweating, and I couldn't sleep. It's not worth it. Trust me.
Yeah. No, that's a good point. And the one point I'll add to it, Beeb, I'm sure you remember the documentary Bigger, Stronger, Faster.
Yes.
And in that documentary, they had brought up a study of Olympic athletes, and they had surveyed like so many, right, like 1,000 or so, and it was something like 90% said that they would take a pill that would get them the gold, but would kill them in like 10 years. And like 90% of the Olympic athletes said, yeah, absolutely. You know, I'll die early as long as I can get that gold. And that's where this all like stems from mentally. It's like you want that advantage. You want that edge with millions riding on the line, with your professional career riding on the line. You're going to take these risks that you don't fully understand, and the people around you clearly don't understand. You know what I'm saying? And it's up to these sanctioning bodies and the people that are overseeing these fights to, you know, keep it all in check, and they're failing. They're failing big time to do that. But I'm glad you made that point, that at the end of the day, some of these things are on the banned substance because they're dangerous for the fighter, not as much as they're going to help them. You know what I mean? Like, and I don't understand it as much as you do. So, you know,
I think you do, though. I think you have a very close proximity of understanding to me. I think you articulated your points very well. I don't like when these guys try to bully you and bang you around, and that's why I had to come on.
You had to, bro.
That's why I had to come on, man.
Let me get to some of these
come on, man.
callers.
Ain't nobody testing the beef with this.
Well, we're gonna actually have we're gonna have the Breadman, Stephen Edwards, come on and test the beef. We'll see if they are on the same sides of the street with Fettermine and its you know, usefulness in the sport.
Good word. Yeah.
Let me get to JP in the meantime. Actually, JT been sitting there waiting. My bad. Let's go to JT New Orleans. Are you available? All right.
So interesting that you come across like a nice guy, but you're really a piece of shit. Hey, with that comment. Come on. No, that was a piece of fuck you. That was a piece of shit. You know, we're doing live TV. Man, I don't care. What you gonna do about it?
I'll kill this mother. Why do you have to talk like that? Well, I'm talking to you the way I want to talk to you. You have a problem? Turn off your station. I'm the best ever.
Yo, B, you kind of sound like you're contradicting yourself, my man, and then you coming over here.
Absolutely not, bro.
Absolutely
not.
There.
Science, bro. Science. I gotta spit science to you.
Oh, you're a science? You what are you? Because like,
what am I? I'm an educated, intelligent person that has done years of research and have talked to multiple doctors and multiple
Can I get to my call? Because you said
fitness
you came
enthusiasts. I've talked to bodybuilders. I've seen people inject themselves. I've seen people take these drugs in front of me, and I've seen what the results were. That's simple and plain.
All right, look. Let me tell you this. I'm not no scientist, but maybe you're not used to having your heart rate at a certain high
It has nothing to do with feelings.
That's why we took that
I'm
clombuterol.
telling you scientific facts.
Hey, are you gonna talk over my whole call?
No, don't slander me, and I won't have to.
No, this part of the show. People get slandered, and if I get slandered, I counter punch back. So let me get my call off, please.
My bad. You're correct. Go ahead. Let me have it.
All I'm saying, because you just said you came on the show because you feel like Mario was being bullied, so you came to protect your little man. So all I'm saying is
that's my friend.
At the end of the day, it's your right, and it's my right to counterpunch if I feel like you contradicting yourself. So all I'm saying is to you, when you say you took that clombuterol pill, maybe you're not used to having your heart rate pump at that level. That's why I felt like your heart rate was going to jump out your body because you're a non-athletic person. And I may be wrong. About that. So everybody's body.
I was an amateur fighter, bro.
He's probably in better shape than 95% of
hold on.
people that call
look.
him.
Yeah, you was an amateur fighter, but I think you was on my page
I wasn't a good one. I'm not going to tell you I was a good one. But I did
down at an amateur pace.
But I am in shape. I was at 9%, 8 to 9% body fat at one point in my life.
I remember that.
And Mario,
look, you gonna talk over my call the whole time? Let me get my point out. Because then Nesco have to hit me with more time on to pay for a counter punch. So all I'm saying is to what you sounded like you contradicted on, Beef. You said about these scientists risking their license. You don't think scientists would risk their license for the bag? Just like fighters?
No.
Just like you said, why would they take these certain things that they know all this stuff can affect their body in the long haul? But guess what they do it for? They do it for the fame. They do it for the bag. So guess what? It's possible for scientists to do the same thing. To cover up the shit. To turn the nose when they get that test. They know they got to tell everybody, hey, he failed this test. But here, slide this money here. You think they gonna turn it? You think they ain't gonna turn it cheap? Because it might be more money that they offered
No, you can't
than they
doctor
make in their
medical
salary.
records, bro. You
That's
can't
all
doctor
I'm saying.
medical records.
It's a
It's a
lot
felony, bro.
It's a lot
It's
of
a
fake
felony.
stuff going on
You
in
lose
the
your
sport.
medical license.
So
your
you can't
your
sit here
career's
and
over.
come
You
here
can't even work in
and say that,
McDonald's.
hey,
It's not worth it. You're telling a fantasy right now. It's just not. You're making a point that is just.
I'm making a point. This happens all the time. What are you talking about?
A doctor makes $500,000 a year, bro. What are you gonna pay a doctor that's gonna make him worth his while? He loses his medical license. He goes to jail for fucking 20 years. He can't fucking practice medicine ever again. His life is fucking over. For what?
Get offered $1 million.
For what? It's ridiculous. No bag is going to make someone do that,
You mean to tell me a doctor that makes $500,000 get offered $1 million or more to
who's going to give him $1 million?
You don't think he take that money? Or you don't think that happened before?
And how are you going to facilitate that? How are you going to falsify medical records? You're oversimplifying how difficult this is.
Okay, look.
It's ridiculous. You can't go into a lab.
Remember Michael Jackson, doctor?
This is like
that got in trouble
this is like
for Michael
some type
Jackson.
of fucking
He was
movie
kept giving him some kind of stuff.
Right now.
You
This is like some type of movie you described. You're gonna say
this was a doctor that made a lot of money.
Medical lab
When he turned cheap, when he kept giving Michael Jackson that medicine that made him sleepy. How much you think?
Listen, that's a good point. They ain't hear you, JT, but I got the good headphones.
I mean, I can't let him spew that, bro. I can't. I'm sorry.
But
it's ridiculous. You know how much money they spend to be a doctor? You know how much money it takes for them to get where they're at?
But did you hear his point about Michael Jackson's doctor?
And he's in jail, bro.
Yeah, but
he's just showing. Hold on,
life
guys.
is over.
Hold on, guys. I'm just saying he showed you that a doctor who did go through all that and has the money will risk their license.
He didn't falsify medical records, though. He prescribed. He incorrectly prescribed medication that he should not have. That's malpractice. That's malpractice. That's not falsifying medical records.
Goes to the lab. They're under like a number. They have like a number. They don't even know that they're testing the Caleb plant blood, right? They don't know they're testing
what he's
blood.
accusing. What he's trying to say is virtually it's virtually impossible to
because
do.
It's systems that are broken down. The lab and the tester and the facility, like these are all like different. You know what I mean? Like they have these things in place to make sure that stuff doesn't happen. It's not like there's.
You know what Michael Jackson's doctor was doing? You know what Michael Jackson's doctor was doing? He was fucking hooking Michael Jackson up every night to an anesthesia bag and putting him to sleep. He was virtually putting him in a coma every night.
Horse tranquilizers.
You know what I'm saying? Giving him enough tranquilizers to kill a fucking horse. That is malpractice. That is medical malpractice. That is not falsifying medical records.
Let me get to this counterpunch. I got Super Max counterpunch.
Yo,
you sound way worse over here. What up?
I was going to go to B's point, man. A lot of the things these guys will do just to kill themselves to make weight brings back the argument.
60 seconds.
Do we go back to same day weigh-in? Do we follow the IBF lead? The IBF for title fights to the 10-pound to the rehydration limit for the next morning. You know, it's got to be something that obviously same-day weigh-ins I think weren't working, but we've got to find some middle ground, and maybe that'll also help reduce. Because these guys, just don't deny it, will do anything to make weight. It's pretty insane. I just wanted to bring it up on Sabib's point. Because these guys, to get anything to get an advantage, you know what I'm saying, and being at a smaller weight, killing yourself to make the smaller weight, and be the bigger man. You know, what do we do from there? What do you guys think? You guys think we need to address that, and maybe that'll take some of the issues away? There's a lot of diuretics and weight cutting things that people are getting taught for. But that's
10 seconds.
JT counterpunch.
Yeah, B, don't cut me off, bro. I'm paying for this counterpunch. You did that the whole time.
I know.
Look. Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
I know I did. I'm
gonna ask you this. This question for you, B. You said you did amateur boxing, correct? I think you went on when I put a post on my son up back then at Border Wall sparring. Were you that guy that told me he need to slow his feet down For the
No,
long haul or something
I
like that?
would
Was that
never in
you?
my life ever say that about anyone's child. I don't do that. Never.
No, my bad. I'm getting it
Never.
wrong.
I
I'm
would
getting it
never.
wrong because
Honestly,
I'm like, damn, what you want?
I'm,
I
I'm,
respond like you want him
I
to
would
have slow
never
feet
do
like
that.
Canelo because in the amateurs,
If
you say you
anything,
fight at the
I would have
amateur level.
complimented your son.
You fight at
I
the
would have
amateur level. You got
complimented
to
your son,
fight at
if
a
anything.
fast pace. The kids only fight at a minute right now. They move up to a minute and a half when they get like 11, 12, 13 or something like that. So they got to
I
fight
don't
at a
insult
fast
any
pace.
fighters, bro, because I sucked when I boxed. I wasn't good at all. I broke my nose and broke my rib.
Okay.
I wasn't good.
All right, look, Ness, I'm gonna pay for another one too. So just to follow up what I'm saying, I know what you're saying that it's protocols. And look, I don't know the protocols. This should maybe happen in movies or something like that. They got somebody out there can turn the cheek and do not put the test. However you just said the process it is. Trust me, it's ways around the system. They do it all the time. And if you're a fool not to think that people at that level bucks the system. They do it at the lowest level. You know, I ain't gonna lie. Let's be honest. Everybody cheated before. I cheated before. In the 10th grade to pass the leap test so I could pass to the next grade. I cheated. That didn't affect
Don't worry. There's a
nobody.
statute of limitations on that. It was many years ago. You won't get in trouble for that. You can say it.
No, listen to what I'm saying though. I understand. Look, people can cheat, and the thing about it is, if you come out and admit to it, but don't keep going around saying, "Hey, I'm clean. I'm clean." Blame the meat. Blame the meat. And I feel like every time something happen in that camp, they're gonna say, "Hey, you was in Mexico. Just blame it on the meat or some shit." So that's all I'm saying about
You're
this
100%
Canelo.
right on that, Jay. Will. I'm 100% correct with you
I'm
on
not
that.
Jay Will. I'm JT.
Yeah. Oh, my fault, JT. My fault, JT. I'm
You
sorry.
guys are so angry. It's a simple
I love him.
mistake.
Yo, JT. I put my email in there, right? Give me your PayPal. Email me your PayPal, and I'll mail you some money for these calls because I fucked up your calls.
Yo, and that goes back to what me
Here's
and
my
Ness were
email.
talking about too.
Here's my
Like,
email. I'm ringside reporter in there, JT. Email me, man, and I'll pay for your calls, bro.
We were talking about that earlier too, right, Ness? It's like these excuses of me and tea and tainted supplements. They're just so convenient and they're so easy to just say and have people believe because, and not even believe, but like not be able to dispute. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. They're very convenient. That's all I'm gonna say.
My whole thing is this: just like the drug should not have been used. It's a banned substance. He should be punished. He should be stripped. He should not be allowed to fight.
Word.
But don't go around sitting there saying, "Wow, man, he beat Burchell because he was on amphetamine." I would never. If I'm fucking trying to get someone to beat a fighter, you know what I'm doing? I'm giving this dude EPO. I'm fucking HGHing him up.
Yeah, EPO.
You know what I'm saying? I'm giving him a couple of
that's the best
couple
athlete.
cc's of testosterone. This is
Even
the route I'm
strength, right?
going.
Even Stratedraw, something like that. Like
Yeah,
that helps
man.
that's the stuff that'll help a fighter.
I'm not giving him fucking amphetamine. Well,
I don't know.
I'm giving someone amphetamine who weighs fucking 400 pounds and it needs to lose a fucking 100 pounds. That's who I'm giving amphetamine
I mean,
to.
I don't think it gotta even do that. I think it you just want to make that weight easier. You know, you don't have to be overweight to take amphetamine. Like, you just want to make it easier.
But Ness, it again, when you're taking that drug and you're already lean, right? And you're already calorie depleting, right? That is going to make your life horrible because you're already pretty much stripped down to as far as you can go. And then you're pushing your body past the limit that it wants to be at. I just think when it's not even I know when your body is being depleted past its limitations, you're not going to perform at your best. It's just not going to happen. That's my argument. And I read a study the other day that they did a study about clenbuterol, and they actually found that it worsened athletic performance over time. So the science is out there to support that these stimulants will have negative effects on athletic performance.
And just to be clear, you're saying you're not saying that should excuse them from being punished. You're saying they should be punished. It's just that they're being extra stupid because not only are they cheating and getting caught and we're risking all that, but they're doing it for a product that doesn't help them as much as they think it does, right?
They're hurting themselves just so they can get on the scale and hit that number.
Got it.
They're putting themselves at a disadvantage, because if I don't perform well at 140, like I'm 205 pounds right now, I'm not going to go to the gym if I'm 180 and perform as well that I'm going to perform at 205. It's just not going to happen. If I'm 205 at a reasonable body fat level, right, and I'm not overweight and I'm not carrying excess fat that I don't need to be carrying, and then I deplete myself just so I can step on the scale and tell everyone, hey, man, look at my abs. I'm 188 right now. What am I going to do with that 188? It ain't going to make me fuck better. It ain't going to make me fucking push more weight. It ain't going to make me faster. It ain't going to make me stronger. It ain't going to make me recover better. I'm going to be sleeping like shit. I'm not going to be getting the hard-ons that I like to get. I'm not going to be doing any of that shit.
But you'll have some nice abs.
All it's going to do is let me have nice abs.
Yeah.
Let me look good in the picture. But I can't sleep. I'm going to be irritable, and I'm not going to be able to perform at my best. But that drug is going to make me ripped. So at what cost? That's all I'm saying.
Counterpunch from JT.
Okay, Better be. I mean, I'm sorry, what's your name?
Joe Habib.
He didn't say anything.
Hey, Abib, look, you said you won't pay for it. Look, you just sent Ness how many cash up? They $5 a piece, and Nessa owe me those. I paid him for these already. But look, you making my point. I know what you said it's different protocols, but let's talk about that Michael Jackson doctor. At the end of the day, he still lost his license. He went to jail.
Yeah.
He took the
malpractice.
He's not practiced. So no matter what,
malpractice. He went to jail for malpractice, not
rules,
falsifying medical records.
Come on, man, you still talking over my thing, man. You still talking over my thing.
I gotta help you. I'm here to educate, bro. It's part of my job. I'm a teacher.
Yeah, look, you educate after my call. Now, Ness, you gotta restart me over, man.
No, I'm sorry. I can't help it.
God dang.
Oh my God.
Look, all I'm saying is you tried to justify the different points. At the end of the day, that doctor took a risk to lose his license. He went to jail. Mm-hmm. He took the risk for the money. He took the risk for the bag. Yeah. So I'm asking you. You say that they can't do this because they got to go through the lab. They got to go through this. Doctors would take a risk for the money. If you being, like you said, you being paid $500,000 a year and you get offered $1 million or $2 million, that sounds a little. You know what? That sounds a little good to me. Because hey, if I lose my license, I still got $2 million that was paid to me. So all I'm trying to tell you is they cheat at the highest level. And they would turn their nose, they would turn their butt and their cheek at the highest level. Same thing fighters do. They know the risk that they take when they put this stuff in their body, that it could take some years off their life. But guess what? They do it for the money. They do it for the fame. They do it for the bag.
Can I ask you a question,
very
JT?
possible that every fighter do it. I mean, every person do it at whatever level it is. Because a doctor's a doctor, a fighter is a fighter.
Can I ask you a question, JT?
Go ahead, man.
So you're gonna go. Say you go to the doctors for a checkup, and you're gonna get your blood sugar is gonna get tested, your cholesterol is gonna get tested, all your your metabolic functions are gonna get tested, whatever. And it's gonna be a blood test. And the nurse draws your blood, puts it in a vial, wraps it, puts your name on it, right? And then it goes to a lab, right?
Okay.
So, like, do you know where that vial's going? Do you know where the laboratory is going to be? Do you know the doctor who's actually going to be reading your labs? So, with all due respect, it's like trying to find a needle in a haystack to track someone's blood down and then take the sticker and then put false information on there that's not supposed to be there. I'm not disrespecting you. I'm not trying to contradict anything. And I'm not disagreeing with your points, but
you don't know that yourself.
What you're saying, and you mentioned one doctor. That's one doctor.
No,
that's an outlier.
How many doctors are going to risk? How many doctors are going to do what Michael Jackson's
doctor did and risk going through what he went through? That's malpractice.
Listen,
now I'm just trying to
listen. What you saying? Listen, what you saying?
To me
you
the
say you talking about me, right? I'm not no millionaire.
I just want you to.
I'm not no millionaire yet.
I'm someone tracking down that vial of blood.
Hold on. Hear me out. You just said me. You referring to me? We talking about multi-million.
The testing protocol. You can criticize the actions of the WBC. You can criticize the commission. I'm sorry, Mr. Breadman. Do you want to get in real quick? I don't want to. I know that you're waiting here.
I'm sorry.
You good?
I just got invited. Y'all can go ahead.
Okay, I'll finish what I'm saying. So my only argument with you, JT, and I'm not disagreeing with your criticism. What I'm trying to tell you is you're trying to say that someone's going to track down that vial of blood, know exactly where the lab's is going to be, know exactly what doctor on that specific day is going to read that vial. It's like trying to find a needle in a haystack, man. That's all I'm trying to tell you, bro.
Hey, Steven.
That's all I'm trying to say.
If you want, you could go to no camera, so you could use it as a phone, and it could be phone. You don't have to be on camera since you don't have headphones, so you can listen better.
I mean, am I wrong? Am I wrong here, Mario? Am I wrong here?
I don't think you're wrong.
Do you hear us well?
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear.
Okay. So how are you, Stephen Edwards? Thank you for coming on the show. Breadman, how are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Just getting back from Minnesota last night.
I know. Congrats on the win
Congrats,
with Tyrone.
man.
Thanks,
awesome.
man. Tough fight, man. We had to take that joint on 2 weeks' notice, man.
Man,
it's crazy.
That dude was he was cheating in there, huh?
Yeah, it was a tough fight, man. But man, Karan had a really good performance against Darrell. And, I thought that we would be able to come back to a better fight. And then to get this kind of call on 2 weeks' notice, in this era, you got to take it because you just sit around and don't fight. It's the weirdest thing, man. So, I chose for him to be active. It's a little frustrating, but, he should have did better. But I put this one on me. But I just didn't want him sitting around, man. So it was tough. The guy was tough. He showed up. But, glad we got out of there with a W. And hopefully we get a better fight and get back down to his natural weight class, real soon.
So our co-producer, Brandon, wanted to get you on the show, obviously, because of your knowledge and openness to discuss PEDs. And, I mean, people are trying to say that we've been here before with the Dillian White situation. Roy Jones came up and Shane Mosley. But I don't think that these situations are the same. But I would like to know how you feel about Oscar Valdez testing positive, both A and B sample, and the commission, the sanctioning body, and am I missing anyone? Everyone is
the promoter,
and everyone. Oh, I guess that's it. Everyone is saying that it's not a PED, even though it's on the banned substance list. Just how do you feel about that situation?
I think I'm walking to my lift right now, but I'm gonna answer y'all as thorough as I can. Let me see if this is my guy. Brent. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna answer y'all as thorough as I can. First off, what happens is that a lot of people use word trickery and they'll say, well, a diuretic is not a steroid, right? Well, it doesn't have to be a steroid. It can be a PED. If you get to cut weight and be strong every single day in camp and fight at a really, really a lower weight that you can make naturally, and you don't get sick in camp, fighters lose their immune system in camp. They Yeah. Hold on 1 second, y'all.
Make sure you mute it.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, they if you get to go through camp and not have, a lot of people don't know fighters get sick in camp because your immune system goes down because you're cutting so much weight. So you minerals,
stress on the immune system, yeah.
you stressed out, you got it. So they always get sick in camp. You'll always hear about a guy getting a little cold and things like that because it stresses your immune system out. You also hear, which is not right, but like a lesser fighter getting the better of them in sparring because you get weak as you start getting closer to the weight. So if you get that benefit of every day being sharp and strong and alert, that's a PED. You know what I'm saying? If you get to walk around at 160, 165 and make 126 or make, whatever weight Valdez is fighting at 130, I believe it is, and you wouldn't normally be able to do that without using this diuretic, that's a PED. So when I hear all these people changing the words around, like it's not a steroid, it's just a diuretic, I'm like, do y'all realize what you go through in camp? You realize why last night Karan had to fight at 170 and couldn't fight at 160? Because we took the fight on 2 weeks' notice, and if you cut weight naturally, it doesn't come off like that. Yeah. So when I hear this, it's really disappointing that some people in boxing really believe that something that's used to cut weight and keep you strong every day throughout camp is not a PED. It's just ridiculous. Him personally, I don't know him, so I can't vouch for him. I guess that sometimes every once in a while you can take something that you don't know what's in it, even though you're responsible for whatever goes in your body. But I think that as we try to find like levels of culpability, like, well, he didn't know it was in his body. At this point, it doesn't matter. If you test positive, you have to be suspended, because it doesn't matter if he knew what he was putting in his body or not. Ness, everybody says they didn't know what they was putting in their body. It's the same excuse. I've never heard a fighter say, you know what, I tried to cheat, y'all got me. Nobody ever says that. Everybody says the same thing over and over again. So, that being said, I mean, you got to suspend him, because even if he didn't know what was in his body, he still got the benefit of having it in his body, whether he says he didn't know or not. We don't have to prove intent. It's just black and white. When you start trying to prove intent and things like that, that's when the areas become gray. Hopefully that the young man that he's fighting doesn't get hurt. I don't want to get into the promotional companies and all that, because everybody knows that boxing is ran by the money and the dollars, but hopefully the kid don't get hurt really, really bad, because somebody's going to be liable for that. That's all I can really say about that.
I guess the counter argument to that, and I agree with everything you're saying as far as him being punished, he should not be allowed to use the drug, and it does give him an unfair advantage, because he's making the weight unnaturally while his opponent has to make the weight naturally. All that I agree with, but where I think we disagree on respectfully is diuretics are very dangerous, and that's why in bodybuilding, that's the only drug in bodybuilding that is actually illegal. They allow them to take every other drug in the world, but they don't allow them to take diuretics for one reason and one reason only. Because when you're totally dry and depleted, and then you're trying to take a drug that's going to suck more water out of you, it's not going to give you an extra benefit in performance. Now, that's where I think there's a misconception about diuretics. Diuretics are extremely dangerous. Bodybuilders have died from diuretics because they tax their system so much, they cramp, they've taken strokes because of taking diuretics. So my argument, and I think it's a pretty logical argument, is a lot of these drugs are on the banned substance list, not just for performance enhancing purposes, but for danger purposes as well. Diuretics are nothing to play with. They can really hurt somebody. If you're taking a fighter that's already lean, that's already dried out, right? And then you're taking a diuretic on top of that, and you're going to try and deplete him even more. I mean, a depleted athlete is not going to perform at an optimal level. So that's where I think we have a disagreement. I agree with you that it's a big disagreement about that. I mean, we have a huge disagreement about that because a diuretic is not anabolic. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but a diuretic is not an anabolic substance.
All right, we just disagree because I know what fighters got to go through to make weight, and if it allows you to lose weight at a faster pace, if it allows you to lose weight at a natural pace, and if it allows you to recover quicker,
that's where we disagree. That's where we disagree.
Okay, well, we disagree. Well, how about this? Why do you think these guys keep getting popped for diuretics? Because it's not making
because
them weak.
Honestly, can I tell you why? Because you know as well as I do, a fighter will do anything to make weight, even compromise his health. Is that a fair statement?
Not in this case, because I'm going to tell you why. Because some of these guys at the top level, man, they got really, really good people around them where if they're cheating, they're microdosing, and you're doing it at a way where they know exactly how to beat the system. They know exactly what to do. They know exactly what to put in their body. And these guys got chemists around them. They are not doing this to make them weak. They are doing this to make them strong. It's certain things I just can't even say publicly, but you're more than wrong, my man. You have no idea some of the stuff that I've seen. You
I
are
agree.
so wrong.
But a diuretic is not one of those drugs I think gives a fighter an advantage.
But there are diuretics out here that allow you to cut weight unnaturally and recover quickly after the grueling workouts day in and day out.
That would be a fat burner. That would not. There's some drugs that are fat burners that will allow you to maintain lean muscle mass. Phetamine actually eats away at your muscle mass. It's not good to preserve. It's not a drug that you would take that's going to preserve lean muscle mass. So I agree with you. These drugs are giving these guys an unfair advantage in making weight. But you know as well as I do, just because a fighter makes weight, that doesn't mean he's going to perform optimally. That's the case.
You're being a wordsmith.
I'm just giving you the science. Giving you the science.
No, you're being a wordsmith because here's why you're being a wordsmith. I'm gonna tell you two reasons. Because you don't know if that's the only thing he was taking. A lot of times these guys combine PEDs. That's because the only one he got popped for, that don't mean that's the only thing he was taking, my man. So you're being a wordsmith. And here's the second thing. If you can be a naturally bigger human being and make an unnaturally low weight and then have over 24 hours to rehydrate your body and to go in the ring and at least get back to maybe 90% of what you were.
Won't get back to 90%. Won't get back to 90%. Not in 24 hours. Not in 24 hours. Mr. Edwards, let me ask you a question. Let's just be totally frank here.
It's more than 24 hours. You got about
36 hours. Even that, you need a good 72 hours to almost to 5 days. But let me just say this: if you were to lose 25 pounds right now, if you were to lose
the fighter after weigh-in,
excuse me,
do you have any fighters that you rehydrated after weigh-ins?
No, but I've actually been to weigh-ins and seen fighters faint at weigh-ins though because they were so depleted.
Well, let me just tell you this:
that we're taking diuretics actually.
When a fighter makes weight, right, he's grouchy, he's upset, his response time is really, really low. Everything about him is really dead, right? And that next day, you think you're looking at a different person, and it's just naturally with salt water and different glucose and different things for his blood that make him feel better. So you're just off, man. You know about what you could do in 36 hours. It's a lot you could do in 36 hours. I'm not saying that every single fighter gets it back every single time because nothing is 100%. But the same guys that know how to microdose these guys and cycle them through, they know how to bring them back. They know how to to get a guy the best they can be in the next 36 hours by putting saline solutions in them and different things like that. You're just wrong about this, man. That dude, I don't want to say this, but you're just wrong. And I'm not going to be pointing the finger at Oscar Valdez because it's way more than him.
Let me change the gears a little bit to this because I feel like Mauricio Suleiman is somebody that I respect. I mean, he sponsored my events, you know. He's one of the few sanctioning body presidents that really gives the media time to answer the tough questions that they have for him. But I feel like he dropped the ball. His excuse or response should have been vetted through some sort of public relations. He compared it to 3 Red Bulls. He said what Oscar Valdez had in his system is no different than him taking 3 Red Bulls. What do you feel about that?
I didn't even hear that excuse. I mean, listen, I'm just going to say it in black and white. If it's on the list and you haven't notified BADA, then you have to be punished. I had guys under BADA, and if they take something or you think that they're taking something that's like maybe suspect, all you do is call or you go on the website and just punch it in,
It's not a hard thing to do. You can just you can email Margaret Goodman. That can be your receipt and say, "Hey, Dr. Goodman, should I take this? Is this okay?" And she'll say yes or no. So Red Bulls aren't on the list. So I don't want to have any type of say anything about Mauricio Sulaiman, but that's just not correct. Like, it's not. It's either on the list or it's not. And when you become wordsmith and you keep, throwing misdirection and all that kind of stuff, it's just not fair. And it's really not fair to the kid's opponent. We had a young lady that died last week. When people want to make light of this, there's nothing funny about this, man. But a Red Bull and whatever this stuff is just not the same. Or the Red Bull will be on the list.
And is it the job of the commission? Because New York allowed, obviously, Eric Morales to fight Danny, but there was a fine. He had to pay Danny, and at least Danny was notified. In this instance, the opponent didn't know. He found out through the media, and there's no fine. Again, he's been given he's been given community service. In my opinion, according to the report, he's got to do 6 appearances with the WBC, sign some autographs and, do some stuff, some ambassador stuff.
You know what? I was there when that happened with Eric Morales, actually. And if I'm not mistaken, Danny chose to fight.
Yeah.
His dad, him and his mom and dad.
The mother made the decision.
They made the decision. It was ultimately up to them. But I was there that night. But the one thing I'll say about that, Ness, that happened in 2012. So that's 9 years ago. So we're way more advanced in this time now where we know how to handle it. It was fairly new at that particular time. VADA had just started testing athletes. So it's a little bit different. Me personally, I don't think you should leave it up to the fighters. I think that there should be a higher ruling from a commission, and then you got to live with it, because when the judgment can get skewed when it comes down to the fighters because they're getting paid.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So, I know a lot of fighters that they're like, man, I don't care. I got to get paid. I got to pay my bills. So if you leave it up to too many different people, it's never going to work. I think that the ruling has to come from higher up. And whatever the ruling is, you have to be able to live with it. But you definitely don't leave it to the fighters, because every fighter's going to want to fight after they've been through camp and they incurred all those expenses in camp. Nobody's going to just, most times this stuff happens, the guys who can afford VADA, they're making career high paydays. Nobody's going to turn it down. So, unfortunately for this kid that he's fighting, he's not going to turn that money down. He's going to want to fight. And you can't blame him. That's what makes him a fighter. Mm-hmm. So, now somebody's liable for his health, so we'll see.
Plus the phentermine is actually not obtainable in the United States without a prescription. So I don't know if he got that in Mexico where they don't need a prescription for the drug. So
he lives in Mexico.
Yeah, so that's probably why. But in the United States, you actually need a prescription for that drug. They prescribe it to obese people. Phentermine.
Mr. Edwards. So, man, I'm losing my train of thought. Okay, so I wanted to say, how far off are we from making testing in boxing very similar to a DUI? Obviously my rules are so harsh, when I thought about this, but when you get caught driving under the influence, they immediately suspend your license. And you have a suspension time. You have a suspension time where you can't even drive a vehicle. Should that be the same case for the fighter? Like, if you're on this, if you tested positive for something on the banned substance list, should a fighter's boxer's license be suspended so that he could be deprived from fighting, so that the lesson could be learned, because you're affecting the fighter's pocket?
Yes, I agree. And it has to be. I got to add this: at the top level, your average turnaround time between fights is every 6 months, right?
Yeah.
So if you suspend a fighter for 6 months, you're really not doing nothing to him.
Mm-hmm.
Should be a year minimum, I think. Should be a
If
year
you
minimum.
think about it, it has to be longer
Yeah.
because you're not doing anything because everybody fights twice a year now. Some guys only fight once a year, once every 8 or 9 months.
Yeah.
So you're not doing nothing to them if you suspend them for 6 months. It has to be longer than that. So I agree with you, but it has to the consequences have to have teeth. You know what I mean? It has to have teeth. It can't just be something that's worth the try. Like, man, if I get away with this, I'm gonna get to a $2 or $3 million payday. You know, I see fans on Twitter all the time. They throw numbers around and they swear they know what fighters are making, and they really don't. Only 1% of the fighters in the history of boxing have ever made 7-figure paydays. That's a fact. You know, they throw that stuff around like it's just so common, like everybody makes it. So you can have guys that are at the intermediate level and they have some financial backing and they got people behind them and they can do PEDs all the way up without even being tested. You know what I'm saying? It makes it worth it. And then you get to the point where you're getting the championship fights. It doesn't even matter to you whether you win or lose because you hit the lottery and you already got there. You know what I'm saying? So these suspensions have to be real. They can't be, you know, a couple of months, 6 months and all that kind of stuff. They can't be because you don't deter anybody from using it. And then you got to understand something. It's not like we in the sport where we have the highest moral compass, you know. And I'm in the sport. I'm a trainer. But like this is a brutal sport. You think these guys are going to say, oh man, my opponent is doing it, so let me be clean? You know what I'm saying? Then you have that factor of if everybody else is doing it, I may as well do it, which is a huge factor once you factor that in. So it's so much stuff, man. You know, honestly, man, it's so much stuff that is really hard to talk about too much publicly, but I just do it because I know for a fact that nobody could ever say to me, whether I'm with a fighter or not, that I ever gave anybody any PEDs. So I don't have any skeletons in my closet where, you know, you got to watch the people who can talk about this kind of stuff. I don't have any skeletons in my closet where somebody could say, well, you gave your guy PEDs or you had a guy that tested. I don't have them kind of skeletons in my closet. I'm not perfect, but I've never cheated in boxing. So, you know, I could talk about it freely because I know what I've done and I know what I didn't do.
So let me ask you though, are you fearful that you may give a fighter something that'll have them test positive? Because you know, the number one excuse is, you know, I ate something, I digested something.
Supplements too. You got to be careful with the supplements too.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I remember, you know, with the Roy Jones situation, I think he had an over-the-counter supplement. If I'm not
ripped fuel. It was ripped fuel.
Yeah, ripped fuel.
Those stimulants in there. Yeah.
Yeah,
they mixed shit in there.
At GNC, right?
Yeah.
And I think his opponent actually also tested positive for that fight, if my memory serves me correctly. So sometimes, guys, that can happen, but it's very rare. You know what I mean? It's a very rare thing. But when these things happen, here's the thing. The lines of communication with VADA is open. So if you take something that you're not sure about or is new, it's a simple phone call or email. Margaret Goodman, you can talk to her. You know what I mean? So, you know, that's the whole point that I'm trying to make is it's not that hard to communicate with the people at VADA. To answer you directly, Ness, I'm really not scared that I'm going to give a guy something because if a guy inadvertently takes something, here's the thing. You should be able to tell where you got it from.
Exactly.
Some of these excuses, I watch the media and it's frustrating to me because nobody asks these guys the real good question.
Exactly.
Where and who did you get it from?
Exactly.
If you didn't know what this stuff was, tell us who you got it from, how much you got, and what's this person's credentials and what part of their team do they play. If you ate something at a restaurant, take us to this restaurant. If you ate a wild boar,
Where were these boars at? Where did you eat them, man? How much did you eat? You got to get, the devil is in detail. You have to be specific when you asking somebody something. And an innocent person is transparent. They're going to be like, man, you know, Ness gave it to me off of, I pop one, or whoever. Nobody's going to give me something to ruin my career unknowingly. And I don't say that person gave it to me. That's not being a snitch.
Yeah.
Being a snitch is if you do something with somebody and you know that it's wrong and you get caught and then you tell on that person. That's being a snitch.
Yeah.
But if somebody gives you something that you didn't know and you got to walk around with this label and this moniker for the rest of your career, you're not going to just take that heat for them. You're going to tell where you got it from. So nobody ever tells where they get this stuff from, and nobody's ever made to question this. It's the weirdest thing. I look and I'm like, damn, how come nobody ever says,
because I want to know where to get the tea at, man. I want to know where to get the tea.
Those supplement bottles have a lot number at the on the bottom of them, and they have a SKU number and everything, so they can be traced to where they came from, the batch they came from, and everything. So if there was a bad batch, they could trace it.
You know what? And that's one of the reasons why, you know, I don't clump everybody into the same category. And Roy Jones is one of my favorite fighters, but I tend to believe him because he had a credible excuse of where he got it from. He said, I use Rip Fuel, and then Rip Fuel was tested and it showed to have that in it. So
just like
okay,
Brandon Rios too. Brandon Rios, he popped with the Pacquiao fight for Jack 3D, and that was testing up positive for people for methamphetamines.
Yeah. It was just like back in the day in the 90s, they had the Pro Homer on 1AD, and they were actually putting trace amounts of Trenbolone in that. So I mean, it happens. Let me ask you a very important question there. So if you have a fighter and his opponent tests positive, and the commission is going to allow him to fight, and it's a big money fight, do you advise your fighter to go through with that fight, or do you advise him to pull out? What would be your advice in that situation?
You know what, man? That's probably the hardest question I've ever been asked.
That's why I had to ask it.
Man.
You know it's gonna end, and ultimately is the fighter's decision, though.
You know what? I had a fighter. I want to get in specific. I had a fighter. We had a fight, and there was no testing for the fight, and we just couldn't get testing. I still don't know why. And that fighter said, fuck it, I gotta fight. And I said, you sure? And he said, yeah. And I said, okay. That was just that. I've never had anybody test positive on one of my guys. I had a fight where we were in the clean testing program. We tested, because I would call up Market all the time and be like, we can't afford VADA to pay for VADA, because paid VADA in the clean testing program is totally different.
The real VADA is expensive as fuck, yeah.
We're in the clean testing pool. Can you please test us? And I was hoping they would test their opponent, because I know my guys is clean. And they tested us like 3 times, and the opponent never got tested. You know, my guy was a little mad at me, but I did the best I could for what I had. You know what I mean? I didn't have the money to pay. Damn, my man. I don't really know. I don't really know the answer to that question, because it's so many variables, but I'm going to answer it as honest as I can. If I believe my guy could still beat the guy, I probably would tell him to fight. If it was a close fight and I believe that the guy had the edge, I wouldn't do it, because I'm gonna keep it real. I've taken fights where I suspected guys before. It's part of the game. I've seen guys come up and be like, damn, I know that guy ain't right, and we still gotta fight him. It's part of the game, and you only can test when you're making high into the 6 figures. Don't let nobody tell you no different. These guys is not paying for VADA if they making 75 grand or 100 grand. You eating up too much of your check.
Yeah.
So the real answer is that if I thought my guy could win the fight, I would take it. If I didn't, if I thought it was too close, if it was a 50-50 fight and I thought the guy had the edge, I would tell my guy to pull out because I want to win more. I like winning more than I like money. So winning is always my number one priority in boxing. But a fighter will overrule you, man.
Yeah.
Most times it's gonna be up to the fighter. But if it was up to me, it depends on how competitive the fight is.
Yeah, and also I think it would be factoring in. You're gonna say to yourself, do I want to be responsible for if this fighter gets hurt? That's going to be on in my head, on my shoulders. So that's something that you may have to walk away carrying with you, possibly. I don't want to get inside. Yeah, I don't want to get inside your head with that, but that's a possibility, right?
It's always an issue. I don't even like talking about fatalities in the ring around fighters.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You'd be surprised at things that could creep into a fighter's mindset. You really would. You'd be surprised. I don't even talk about that kind of stuff in front of fighters. So it's always on your mind. I can't train a fighter that I don't care about.
He went through that dead zone. All the way lost him.
He's bad.
Well, there he goes.
Because you got to be able to throw that talent. You got to be able to tell them like, hey, champ, it's not our day today. You know what I'm saying? And if I don't care about a kid and have a genuine love for him, it becomes harder for me to do that. So I got to care about a fighter to train them. They say, don't get too close to a fighter. I don't believe in that. I want to have a certain kind of relationship with a fighter where he respects my opinion and I'll be able to tell him certain things, man, because the stuff that these fighters go through, the tears that first of all, you got to be a different kind of person to take punches to the head for a living. You got to be a little bit different. Your mindset has to be a little bit different. So some of the things that these guys go through in their youth to make them fighters, is sometimes just a harsh reality, and you got a lot of abuse issues and things like that. So, I got to care about a fighter. So even if PEDs is not involved, I got to be able to do certain things to protect kids, man. This is a dangerous sport, man. I can't even look at that girl. Everybody keeps flashing their face on Twitter. I can't even look at the girl's face, man. That kind of stuff makes me sick. So maybe that's why I'm so outspoken about PEDs, because you're not hitting baseballs, you're hitting human heads, man. It's a serious thing.
Yeah, man. Well, Mr. Edwards, I want to thank you, obviously, for coming on. If you want, can you please give out your social media? If anybody isn't following you, can do so. And yeah, man, anything. What's up with you got Zachary Ochoa, right?
Yeah, man. I'm trying to get in fights. Now it's just crazy, man. In this climate, man, it's no activity. Yeah. I'm trying to get the kid a fight. Good looking kid out of Brooklyn, man. So hopefully we get a fight. He's moving down to lightweight. So hopefully he gets a fight pretty soon.
All right. Anything else you got cooking?
I got the kid Cassius Chaney from.
Oh, that's right. I forgot he made the switch to you, cause he was out there out here. I moved to Florida. He was out here with Herman Caicedo.
Yeah, he's doing pretty good. He just won. I got Karan. Obviously, you know Karan. I have a kid, Romeo Cruz. He fights at 122.
Coach O, right?
Coach who?
Coach O, Kasha Elliott's father?
No, I don't know him.
Oh, man. Damn.
Yeah, I don't know him. And I got somebody cooking. I can't really speak on it now, but I got a elite level guy cooking. We should be able to talk about it in the next couple of weeks. But I don't keep a big stable, man, because it's not really enough hours in a day to train, more than 4 or 5 guys.
Wait,
you got to
so
give them all.
Elite level former champion or contender?
Elite level former world champion. And so I got something cooking with that. So we'll see about that pretty soon. And that's it, man. I don't have a big stable. I don't take more than 4 or 5 guys. Once I get to 5 guys, that's it for me. Because everybody, fighters are like children. They want that undivided attention.
Yeah, man.
And if 2 hours a day, man, if you got 10 guys, I mean, when you gonna sleep? So I try to
So
keep
what
my
weight
table
class
down.
is this elite level fighter?
I knew he was gonna say that next. Now you're gonna probably ask you what color hair does he got? What color is his? What color is his eyes?
Hey, Ness, I can't do that, champ.
See how he does it? You
can't
leave
do
him
that.
on it. He's gonna keep going at you with it.
Can't do that, Ness.
Where does he
Not right
hang out? What gym does he train at?
Can't do that, man. But it's
That's like
you know how boxing is, man. Everything is fluid, man. I don't want to speak on things too soon, but hopefully
But
it
what's the
works out.
timeline?
And,
What's the timeline on an announcement?
what's not gonna be an announcement, man? I'm a humble guy. I'm not gonna
it's
make
gonna
an announcement.
happen. It's gonna be
Y'all just gonna
organic.
sit up in the corner,
Man, I need
and
a
that's just
text,
gonna be
man.
that. I'm not making no announcements. If he want to make an announcement or promotional, I didn't tell nobody I was chaining cashes. Next thing I know, I saw a press release from Main Event saying it.
He
I don't
told
do
me
that.
too. He told me. I just forgot. He told me though.
Yeah,
But
he's a good kid, man. Hopefully he can
is.
get some good opportunities at heavyweight.
Yeah, man. He's undefeated, man. He's 21-0 now, right?
21-0, man. If he could get in world class condition, he got a chance. I like him a lot.
What? Wait a minute. So you don't think he was already conditioned? Oh man, he gonna think this. Not like you like.
Not like I like. I'm not saying nothing about none of his old coaches because I don't know anything that they was doing. But the world level of conditioning that I'm talking about, he wasn't there yet. You know what I'm saying? So if he conditioning up, Cassius is going to be a problem. But conditioning the heavyweight is a little different than conditioning guys in other weights. So that's something that I got to get used to too because it takes them a little longer because they're moving around more mass. Yeah. So I'm learning his body and he's learning my ways too. But I love training him, man. He's a very nice kid. He's very respectful. He's never late for the gym. So that's a plus.
But speaking of getting to know new things because he's a heavyweight, how'd you make the decision? Because I'm sure you've never been in the gym with heavyweights, so finding sparring for him isn't the same as picking up your phone for some of your other guys who have been in and around that same, let's say, 140 to 160,
Well, that's a good question, Ness, because I usually like to take guys that are around the same weight, so you can have the in-house sparring. Mm-hmm. So you're exactly right. I could remember when Karan Davis, his dad, reached out to me to train him. I had no problem training him because he was only one weight division up from Julian Williams at the time. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So it made sense. I'm like, we got in-house sparring. With a heavyweight, it's a little bit different because I don't have any heavyweights. But I know a lot of trainers and I know a lot of people, so I just, do my best with my resources. And as the money goes up, you get to pay people. So that's always easier too. But we get them sparring. Philadelphia is a rough place, man. So it's not like people won't spar. People will spar. So he gets sparring, and like I said, as the money go up, we'll have better camps where we can fly guys in and lodge them and, get them the adequate sparring. But he was able to get some quality sparring here in Philly, believe it or not.
And now because you're established at this point, do you not travel because you're based out of Philly, or with a guy for Cassius, would you go, I don't know, somewhere else to get that sparring?
You know what? That's another good question. I just bought a building, man. It's like an old bank. And I'm gonna turn it in just like 7,500 square feet. I haven't started working on it yet, but I did acquire the building. So once this building is up and running, I probably won't be going out. But I don't want to be prideful and put my ego in it. I would rather the fighter come to me because my resources is here in Philly, but I'm not opposed to traveling. I've done it several times. And I'll have no problem getting on the plane and going somewhere as long as the accommodations is right. For the Jarrett Hurd fight, man, I slept in the crack-infested hotel. Literally, it was hookers and everything outside. Couldn't sleep or nothing for 3 weeks.
A lot of
So
talent out there. A lot of talent.
A
say
lot
that
of
again.
talent.
A lot of talent in that hotel.
It was
Good rates.
unbelievable. It was this hotel in Haywood, California, man. It was unbelievable. The shit that you hear in the middle of the
Yeah,
night,
let
and
me
you
know
know
next time. I'll come down with you, man.
we're on a 3 hour time difference. So I'm up in the middle of the night, man, and it's just like, so I am willing to do what I have to do to win, but honestly, at this point in my career, I would rather not be in somebody's hotel for 8 weeks at a time away from my family. But you got to do what you got to do for the right fighter and the right price. Yeah, I'll do it. You know what I mean? The right, obviously everything has a, everything is worth compromising if it's the right situation. You know what I mean? So it depends on the fight.
You know this is live, so people saying, "Yo, ask him if it's Tony Harrison."
Tony's my boy. No, I'm not answering that right now. No, but I do that.
Wow, maybe Tony. Maybe
Hey,
Tony.
I said that, not me. I didn't say that. Don't. I didn't say that.
Watch
but
Ness. Ness gonna be doing a video next week about it now.
I know, right? And then somebody put
You
words
put
in
a
my
question mark. Is Breadman training Tony Harrison?
Yeah, right.
They when you travel with the guys, like guys from different promotional companies, you get cool with them, because we fight on the same shows.
Oh, so you telling us it's someone completely out the box? I like that hint.
No, here's what I'm telling you. Listen to what I'm telling you, Ness, because I know what you're trying to do, but I'm trying to tell you something. People probably see me and Tony interact on social media, right? Because he's with PBC. I got fighters with PBC. We all like talk and be on the same shows, and you be in the lobby and eating wings or whatever. You see each other all the time. So you get cool like that. But that doesn't mean I'm training him. I'm just cool with Tony because he's been with PBC for a few years. I've been with Al Heyman for 9 years. Julian signed with him in 2012, and I brought other guys over to him. So what I'm saying is that sometimes, people might see me and him interact on social media, but that doesn't mean I'm training him. I just think he's a real cool kid, and I like him, But I'm not answering who I'm training, so y'all could try to do that all y'all want.
But to be clear, it's not a PBC guy.
I didn't say that, Ness. You saying that.
I'm fishing.
I didn't say that.
Nah, man.
That's the ex-world champion. That's it.
Nah, I hear you. But listen, Breadman, thank you for your time. We appreciate it. Please give out your social media, and we got to do this again.
Yes, sir. It's Breadman Boxing on Twitter. See you guys later. Good talking to you guys.
Thank you. Thank you for the time, Coach.
Yep, you're welcome.
All right. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Breadman Boxing. That was pretty fun. Let me get to these calls, whoever stuck around here. Sorry, fellas. JP, are you alive here, or did Blog Talk cut you out?
Yo, I'm still here.
Damn, you made it. What up?
Oh, man, it's all good. Happy Labor Day to everybody out there. For us laborers, it's our day, first Monday of September. Ness, how Doomie doing, bro?
Doomie, I texted him today asking him the same thing. He says he's coughing worse than yesterday, but his body feels better. And
he got COVID? Doomie got COVID?
He caught the vid.
Yeah, I got it November.
He said coughing more, but my head and my body feels better, but still get weak quick. Yeah, man. I hope I don't get it, man. Now I'm nervous. Now that Doomie got it,
if you get it, you won't even know, man. You're like a physical specimen, man.
I hope not, bro. I don't even want to. I was.
You won't even know you got it if you get it. Don't worry, Ness.
Nah, talking to him, his cough sounds horrible, bro. I don't want to be like that. That shit sounds like, ouch. But yeah, man. That's it, JP?
Hey, yeah. No, I got it. I want to call about just saying, man, I'm beginning to think boxing is just duping us. It's duping us with the testing and the other things. I think the testing is a grandstand, because if they actually cared about the health of the fighter rather than representing the sport and the sport's integrity, why would you even allow a person like Victor Conti, who's been kicked out of baseball and sent to prison, you allow him, the only place he can come find to go and set up his shop is boxing. Still ran like the Wild Wild West. And I believe they want it to be like that. It's favorable for all parties involved. Any scumbag can come over here and set up shop. Victor Conti, Alex Heredia, what was the dude's name that was working with Pacquiao back in the day that used to be on the 24/7?
Alex Ariza, baby, with the big shakes.
Exactly, man. Freddie Roach sitting up there like, remember back in the day, Freddie Roach used to be like, man, I don't know what this motherfucker giving Pacquiao in that shake.
Yeah,
but these dudes are biochemists.
But what's your point, though? Like, I mean, Conti isn't
Why are
allowed
they
to turn a
allowed
new
here?
leaf?
Conti don't have that as much power as people think, man. He's just a guy with a megaphone, bro.
I mean, a megaphone and also the knowledge
Well,
of
he
the
ran
situation.
Balco. Oh, hold on.
Yeah, but there's no more Balco anymore, man. I mean, I'm not worried about Victor
because they
Conti,
made
bro.
him get rid of it. Do you understand the level of designer drugs that he was designing back then?
Yeah,
Remember
but
the clear?
But that's the
where
point.
you fucking rub it on like lotion.
But that's the
It was
point.
lotion steroids.
But that's the point, bro.
This
That's why.
dude is a
That's why his. That's why
highly
his word is
sophisticated
important.
designer, dude.
But that's why his word is important, man.
Well, what do you think he's doing at SMAC? Making efficient, highly efficient designer drugs that are getting under the radar. Beeb, I do think you know a lot, but I
that's
think
the
the
point.
science might have
That's
progressed.
the point. That's the point. Why wouldn't he go
What do you mean?
and toe the line? He knows.
Oh, the science definitely has progressed. There's no question about that. I agree with you there. You're not going to get an argument with me out of that.
I think in a tweet,
But I
implied.
gotta go. I done gave you 3 calls, champ. I gotta go. I'm hungry to the motherfucker. Brandon, Cincinnati, what up?
Hey, whole nother time zone. Jumped up for back with our mind on. Can't play when you here, get your life stole. If you bring it here, then the price grow. Folks jabbing and punching the line long. I drop a pigeon, let 9 go. We slap with the fake glass and white go. This only happens in Ohio.
You sound like you're driving.
Worst thing in the world when you pick up the phone and your phone ain't working, man. That's a wasted call right there.
Waste of all that time he was waiting on the line.
Oh my God, that's a shame.
Is it better now?
Hey,
Uh-oh.
we're gonna deal with whatever you call that.
Yeah, you were on hold for a while, so you can get yours off.
Okay. I was watching Andre Ward. Just off topic, I watched Andre Ward Kovalev won yesterday. Rewatched it. Andre Ward won that fight, man.
I had him winning.
Why you think he looked so surprised at the end?
Who's that? Andre Ward?
Yeah, you don't remember?
I think he was. I think that was a look of happiness, like when you're excited. I don't think he was surprised. I don't think he was surprised. That's overblown.
Now he probably thought the knockdown was gonna cost him the fight, and I still think he won with the knockdown. I scored a 114, 113.
Yeah,
but him helping back on topic, him helping Caleb Plant, I think it's not gonna be the deciding factor in him Caleb Plant winning, but it can help whenever you can get somebody as crafty and knows his way around the ring like Andre Ward is going to help.
It never helped Khan though. Khan was in that camp for a while. So was Berto for that matter. You know what I'm saying?
But but I think Plant got a skill set where he can actually use some of the stuff Ward teach him. I don't think Khan had the skill set to really use some of that shit Ward was going to teach him. I mean, Khan had
people say
fast.
Khan was beating Danny before he got knocked out. He was beating Canelo before he. Khan beat Maidana better than Mayweather. He ain't need a rematch. I mean, people argue that Khan's one of the most skilled fighters in the planet.
A lot of fast-handed guys win winning fights at the beginning of fights. If you watch Terry Norris and Julian Jackson, Terry Norris was beating the crap out of Julian Jackson until he got caught. So that's the nature of a fast-handed fighter. They offense is their defense, but they open for big shots.
Good point.
So, but yeah, I think Caleb Plant is going to lose, but I do think Andre Ward can help. And as far as the PED situation, look, man, I think the main issue with Valdez is that he's pretty much gone through this unscathed. He ain't get stripped. He ain't getting suspended. He's fighting. If he would have got some kind of
He ain't
punishment,
even getting a fine, man. Like, how the fuck do he not get a fine?
Well, he's on probation with the WBC.
Yeah, he is. 12 months.
I'm gonna pay for a counterpunch too. Let me, cause I want to address some people. I would have been cool with a fine or something, but the fact that he's going unscathed, that's my only issue. But the people that keep saying, look at the camp, this person pissed hot in that camp. Jellion Love and Mickey Bay both pissed hot in Mayweather camp. Should we believe that the IV rumors were true about Mayweather?
What you mean? The rumors? There ain't no rumors. He did take an IV.
I thought those was rumors that he took illegal IVs before fights and shit. I didn't know that was
Ain't no
credible.
before fights. He took an IV before the Pacquiao fight for sure, right, B? I'm pretty much think they even showed footage of the shit, right? Or am I mistaken?
I thought that was just a rumor. I didn't know that was true. But just period, like Shane was one of my favorite fighters. Roy was one of my favorite fighters. Should I question their whole career because they failed a test? So we can't keep saying, this guy pissed hot. Now I got to question his whole career. So I don't like when people take that stance because we ain't gonna have that same energy for our favorite fighters when they piss hot. But that's my call.
All right, your third call. James, what up, Huntsville?
Yo, what's up, Ness, man? I ain't gonna hold you too long, man. Y'all provided another good show, good content, another good interview. Hey, did you address this weekend's action at all on today's show or not?
Who fighting this weekend?
I mean, this past weekend.
Who? Laura and them?
Right. Yeah. Like
man,
this.
That shit ended
like
in a
last night
headbutt,
fight.
Man. They had me actually thinking I was gonna do a live fight chat for that shit. Ebony Bridges' fight was shit. She was getting her ass beat. Conor Ben couldn't beat Granada. I mean, that shit was a waste of time.
Yo, Granados looked like he was goddamn revitalized and shit, man.
Man, Granados better get the fuck out of here. I watched that interview. Why he talking about he think he won the fight? He was outboxing him. He think he won because he made Conor look miss.
Yo,
and
I mean,
uncomfortable. I frustrated him. I said, man,
yo,
go to sleep.
What you score that shit? Because Conor Ben ain't dominate him though.
Bruh, I ain't score that shit. I wasn't supposed to score that shit, man. They both bullshitting, man. They
what you think about? Hey, but what you think about Eddie talking about Katie Taylor and Serrano MSG, man?
Who?
I like it.
Yeah, Eddie said right after the fight, man, Katie Taylor and Serrano MSG next year.
Man, Serrano ain't beating Katie Taylor, man.
You crazy as shit, man.
Bro, did you see Serrano getting touched up this weekend on Triller or whatever the fuck that was?
Man,
bro? She better go to sleep.
Look, Han was 7 months removed from goddamn having a baby and shit, man. Like, come on, bro.
Tell Serrano go lay down. Tell Serrano.
Come on, man.
Yo, I can't even believe that people talk about Serrano like that. Like, I promise you, I know all the Serrano fans about to be mad, her husband and everybody, but I really never watched her fight till this Saturday, bro. And get the fuck out of here, bro. She's not elite, man. Her hand down like that. How your hand down that you getting punched in the face? Who the fuck is Han anyway? No, for real. Who's Han?
Man, Han ain't shit, man. But end of the day, Katie Taylor struggled, man.
Oh, so
she ain't looking dominant as she always did.
Katie fought Han?
Yeah.
No. I'm talking about the girl Serrano fought, man. You got me mixing up.
Oh, that was Mercado.
Yeah, who's that? You know her? She fought somebody? Anybody else?
Nah, I ain't know shit about her, man.
So she came out of nowhere. She came out of nowhere and put hands on her.
Man. She ain't really put hands. Come on, bro. Like we're not even gonna put on like that.
Bro, Amanda got to go back to the fucking drawing board, bro. She got her right hand down. Like that shit don't make no sense.
Yo, man, if they make that fight, man, I'll pay for your flight.
She not even aggressive enough. And them heavy ass Jordans. Katie gonna catch her every time she try to pivot in them heavy ass Jordans. Get the fuck out of here.
Watch, man. Like I'm saying, they better make that fight on the Puerto Rican Parade Week or some shit like that, man.
Why would we?
Because she gonna be the A side, man.
Why would we give Serrano A side status? She ain't no Olympian.
It's gonna be in the U.S., man.
She ain't no Olympian, man. Bruh, Katie don't need no motherfucking U.S.
Man, Katie Taylor is the most
Katie is the biggest female
Highest
boxer.
earning female
Bullshit,
fighter in the
man.
sport of boxing right now, baby.
Biggest female boxer in boxing. Clarissa don't
Katie
like
Taylor's
it.
the truth.
Clarissa
Man,
don't
she
like
basic
it.
as hell, man. She basic, man. Y'all bullshit.
But Katie is on bigger cards. 90% of the time, her cards are way bigger.
Come on, man.
Katie.
Like,
I love me some Katie Taylor, baby.
yo, look, I'm not even gonna entertain this, man.
Katie Taylor, baby.
Anyways, man, good show, y'all guys, man. Talk to y'all again.
Olympic gold medalist, world champion 5
like-
times, European champion 6 times, EU champion 5 times.
I didn't like the way Serrano got, she got put, like, that girl hit her up. I mean, the same mistake, so she didn't adjust either. That's the other thing. It's like, if you can't adjust with a tune-up.
I don't see Serrano beating Katie Taylor, man. I don't see it.
Isn't she naturally the smaller woman as well?
Yeah, she fought at featherweight her last fight, bro. She's been going. I don't like these up and down fighters, man. Like, I'm gonna be in this weight class one month and another weight class another month. I'm not with that.
How long you think it is before Sky give us Marshall Shields now that they signed them both?
Probably see that maybe in March or April.
Okay. We got Mikey twice. Mikey, what up?
Yo. I was hitting you up on IG, man. I was a dude hitting you up about doing border wars, trying to get
You Jaime?
You know what I'm saying? Some help. Yeah, you can hear me?
Are you Jaime?
No. Mikey.
Mikey, when you hit me up? On my personal?
Yeah. I was asking about the visa and all that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, man. Out here, everything is still closed, man. I mean,
Where
we
you at?
open,
What country
but
you
the
in?
U.S. consulate still. Huh?
What country you in?
I'm in Brazil.
Brazil, damn.
Wow, Brazil.
Yeah, man. I want to do border wars, man, but it's slow for me right now, man.
Obrigado.
Yo, but I was asking in the back call, right, about the drug test and all that. Like, how come they always know what to point at? Like, if I took something, let's say I ate some meat, some bad meat, for example, right? Do I feel like I took some drugs right away? You know what I'm saying? Because that's the only way I could be like, it was that one thing I took. You know what I'm saying? Or that one thing I ate.
Nah, bro. It's just a lie, and no one calls them on it. But let me ask you, bro, your English is phenomenal. Did you live over here or something? What the hell's going on?
Yeah, I was raised out there in Brooklyn, man. I was over there for like 18 years.
And what happened?
You know what I'm saying? I was born in Venezuela. You know what I'm saying? I got deported, man.
So how you gonna get back with a visa? They let you back with a visa?
Nah, because I've been out the U.S. for like over 10 years already, and I don't got no criminal record.
Oh, you nice.
You know what I'm saying? I just needed to wait, you know what I'm saying, and go back. But, you know what I'm saying, COVID came around and I wasn't, you know what I'm saying, lucky enough.
Nah, I hear you. Damn,
man, but I'm waiting for border wars out the country,
you in
though.
Brazil. Holy shit, bro. What part of Brazil
man.
you in?
Sao Paulo, man.
Wow, you in Sao, okay.
And boxing ain't nothing out here. Yo, but I wanted to say right quick, though, like, when they blaming the meats and all that, right? That's like, for example, let's say I'm running around, you know what I'm saying, with like different girls or whatnot. I ain't using no rubber, you know what I'm saying? And then like one day, with one joint, you know what I'm saying, who looks suspect, you know what I'm saying, I don't use no rubber. And then next thing you know, I got some craziness. And I'm like, oh, it must be that one girl. So like, you was suspect already. Why you stay with her? You know what I'm saying? So if you suspect with the meat, why you gonna eat it?
STDs usually take a couple weeks to show up, though. You're not going to know right away.
But that's the point he's making. That
I'm just
Canelo could not know.
I'm just fooling around.
Let me ask you though, being born out there, right?
Yeah.
And then now you back out there.
Yeah. It's crazy, man.
I know.
I mean, at least
I
learned Spanish. At least I learned Portuguese. That's what I got out of it.
Yeah, no, three languages. That's damn. Yo, at least you're in a beautiful country, though, man. You know, stay in touch with us, man.
Border wars, Brazil, man. What's up with that?
Bruh, you got the location?
I got, man, what?
Is you connected out there? Is you
Nah, but the crazy thing is boxing
if
is
you
big out
tell
here.
me Border Wars is gonna look like Snoop Dogg and Pharrell, beautiful, I'm in there. I'm in there. Just tell me it's gonna look like that, and I'm coming, baby. I'm
Nah,
telling you.
man. And being honest, UFC is big out here, man. Not boxing. I mean, it's hard to watch boxing. You know what I'm
Yo,
saying?
but you get to beat on them in sparring though.
Yeah,
When
man.
they
But
want to work on their
I
stand
I
up.
beat up on some jujitsu, you know what I'm saying, trainers already. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying, karate and all that.
That's
But
what's up.
boxing, nah.
There you go. There you go.
But that's my call, man.
All
All
right,
right, peace.
brother. Stay up, champ. No, talk to me, new. No, what up? You rocking out? And that is a stainless boomerang.
On steroid talk. I think that was well, I know how we got on it, but you can hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I don't care who it is, man. If you get popped, man, a year just don't do it. You know, like 2 years seems like it makes more sense because most fighters only fighting every 6 months anyway. You know, and a year it might hurt, but you ain't gonna feel it. 2 years in, it'll start to really touch your pockets and everything else. I mean, I love
But
boxing,
you
man.
got to
It's my
suspend a
favorite sport.
license too, man. You got to suspend a license, make that a fee to get it back. Give them a suspension.
Yeah.
It's got to be just like a DUI, man. And then the second time, it's worse. Take a quarter of the purse.
Yeah.
Take a quarter of your purse the first time, fucking half of your purse the second time, 75% the third time. You know what I mean? Because it's crazy out here. They just. And they can use that money to
lines of
test.
communication too. Also the lines of communication too, because it's no way that his opponent should have found out through social media. It's something that should have already been known before it even was brought to the public's attention. To, like we were saying, to give them an option, if nothing else. If he want to fight when he know that's happening, then more power to that dude. But to go into something with ignorant of the fact, man, that makes no sense. But it's another off day that I got by accident. I actually had to go in and do my truck order. I listened to y'all through all of that. Man, I thought the show was going to be over with like 10:30, 11 o'clock, but somehow you done stressed it out, man. So
I brought the show back to life, baby. I brought the show back to life.
He did.
Yeah. You go with that. As always, say, please make sure you push the thumbs up. Share this in every episode of the Boxing Voice podcast. This is TBV for life. And if you ain't on Patreon, that's because you stupid. Shout out to El Camino. Hey, shout out to Coach Edwards for coming on for that interview. And, you know what I'm saying, good to see you on here again, B. Y'all take it easy.
Speaking of Patreon, head on over there. We're going to be going to the gym of... Whose gym? Jeremiah Milton in Vegas. So you can ask Jeremiah a question. Heavyweight Jeremiah Milton, 3-0, 3 KOs. Managed by Mike Leonardi. Got that viral KO on ESPN. And now being trained out the Mayweather gym. So, that's another good one. Don't know who's training him. I don't know if he's still with Bones Adams or not. I know Bones used to train Hunter. But, if you want to ask Jeremiah a question, all you got to do is become a Patreon. I'm going to put this link in the live chat while I go to ESPN and now being trained coming back at you. And I'm also going to put the link for Luis the Cubas Aries, who just beat Jarrett Hurd. We're also going to be going to his gym. It was today, but then Ishmael Salas is not going to be there, so it'll be tomorrow. So put your question in now. N.O., what up?
Whoa, Ness, come back to me. If it's the end of the show, just shit, I'll get at you next time.
All right, because it is, and I'm out. And that's GTO, Instagram, and Twitter. B, tell them where they can find you.
J Habib1 on Twitter, Joe Habib on Facebook and Instagram, and Ringside Reporter live on YouTube. I'll put the link in the chat right now if you also subscribe to me, if you would like to. And we go live every Sunday, 6 p.m. Eastern time. So make sure you check us out. Make sure you check me on D Styles Roundtable as well on Thursdays, either on G Funky's channel or D Style Boxing's channel.
All right, I'm going to get to these super chats that I see are here. We got Twin Munoz that says, Mario know too much about that pro hormones, EPO, etc. I think he the one supplying Renosos. Laughing out loud, laughing out loud. I need a post-COVID package. What you got for me? Mario dipped off. He had to do an interview with Javier Caputillo. We got Boom coming in, who says, oh, big fat $20 super chat. Let's up to that. Go ahead and ring the alarm. So Boom says, good morning. I joke around a lot, but this is serious. I work in the medical field and all doctors don't make $500,000 a year. I know some doctors lost licenses for selling pain pills in big quantities on the streets. Yeah, man. I mean, look, everybody is in different situations in life, man. We got Jay Miller, not to be confused with Gerald Miller. Jay Miller says, look up Dr. John LaFausto. They coming at you with these doctors. These must be the doctors that chose the paycheck over morality, Beeb. We got Punch. What is this? Punch. Lin. What he says, punching lines and pugilism. He says, easy doctors give you 2 stickers. Okay. There you go, Beeb. They say it's easy. A doctor just gives you 2 stickers. You know
Doctors don't do that because the blood goes to a lab and a doctor at the lab reads the results and puts a sticker on there. It's like finding a needle in a haystack, bro. Malpractice and all that, prescribing the wrong drugs is different than trying to falsify a lab test result. It's virtually impossible.
We got Ronald Finkley that says, appreciate OG Breadman. I had a Buddy Pass title holder. I'm lost. I'm lost. Buddy Pass. I mean, is that the flying Buddy Pass? I don't know. Ken Stone, Ward versus Nello after Plant. Warrington, dirty as fuck. I mean, I've been wanted Ward, but, you know, if he's going to wait till after, it's like you're getting even older. But that is all of them. Let me refresh in case. And that's it. Nest GTO, Instagram, and Twitter.
See y'all later.
Later.